Good morning, everybody. Morning, everyone. My name is Steve Schneck. I'm the director of the Institute for Policy Research and Catholic Studies here at the Catholic University of America, and we are one of the sponsors of today's important discussion of the issue of human trafficking. I'd like to thank you all for coming this morning. And I also want to bring to your attention that immediately next door, in case you haven't noticed it, are coffees and pastries and so forth. Feel free to, to wander over there over the course of the morning to replenish your supplies and so forth as we go through all of this. It's my pleasure at this time to invite to the podium Reverend Timothy Godfrey of the Society of Jesus. He's a fellow in the Institute for Policy Research and Catholic Studies, and he will begin us this morning with an invocation. Father Godfrey.
In Psalm 119, the psalmist sings, "Remember the word to your servant upon which you have caused me to hope. This is my comfort in my affliction, for your word has given me life." Let us pray. God of justice, we gather today to reflect on the reality of human trafficking and exploitation that affects so many men, women, and children throughout the world, our sisters and brothers. Open our eyes to be more attentive to the prevalence of this injustice, even recognizing in our own midst those who may be caught in the web of forced labor. Energize us to work for policies that better meet the needs of those who have been exploited, so that they may not be forced to return to abusive situations. Touch our hearts so that we might develop a greater sense of solidarity with those who are most vulnerable to being exploited, so that we may more vigorously work to alleviate the global disparities which enable such mechanisms of oppression to exist. And deepen within us a true desire to love you with all of our hearts, our souls, and our minds, and to love our neighbors as we love ourselves. We make our prayer, trusting in your faithfulness and mercy, both now and forever. Amen.
Thank you, Father Godfrey. At this time, I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Patrick Carillon of the Executive Director of the Franciscan Action Network to start things off. Patrick?
And good morning and welcome. On behalf of the Franciscan Action Network, Franciscan Federation, Franciscans International, and all of the Franciscan families that extend from Ethiopia to Thailand, from Florida to Canada, and all around the world. Welcome to our conference on human trafficking. On January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued an executive order, the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing all slaves. Almost 150 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, human trafficking and slavery is still happening in the United States. There are a lot of estimates as to how many people are affected by trafficking in the United States. The U.S. Central Intelligence Agency estimates that 50,000 people are trafficked into, I'll try to say that 3 times fast, trafficked into, transited through the United States annually as sex slaves, domestics, garment, and agricultural slaves. The International Labor Organization estimates worldwide that there are millions upon millions of exploited children between the ages of 5 and 17 involved in debt bondage, forced recruitment for armed conflict, prostitution, pornography, the illegal drug trade, illegal arms trade, and other illicit activities. According to Anti-Slavery International, there are currently over 20 million people in bondage. And according to reports, in Southeast Asia alone, in the past 10 years, an estimated 30 million women and children have been trafficked. Human trafficking is a lucrative industry. It has been identified as the fastest growing criminal industry in the world, second only to drug trafficking, and is the second most profitable illegal industry in the world. Human trafficking takes on many forms. It is often divided into two types: forced labor and sexual exploitation, or coercing a person to perform sexual services for the trafficker's profit or pleasure. Forced labor, according to the International Labor Organization, is all work or services which is extracted from any persons under the menace of any penalty and for which a person has not offered themselves voluntarily. People who are trafficked have been coerced into leaving their homes or deceived about the nature and conditions of the employment. Today, you'll hear from a panel of victims of trafficking and torture. You'll hear from the ambassador to the State Department on human trafficking. You'll hear from a panel of advocates who have been working both to raise awareness and change policy on the issue and to help victims of trafficking. And finally, this afternoon, we'll hear from Cardinal McCarrick, who will talk about human trafficking from a faith-based perspective. I'd like to start off by introducing our first panel. And also, before I do that, though, I do want to comment. We initially had scheduled the Special Rapporteur to the United Nations to be our keynote speaker. But as things happen, the United States would not extend her visa. And so she had to leave the country yesterday. She couldn't stay an extra day because of visa problems. I know some of you understand visa problems. So she sent her regards, but she cannot be here today because of that. But we do have a full packed day despite that. So I'd like to ask our first panel to come up and introduce Dempsey Abibi. Dempsey Abibi is going to be the facilitator of our panel. Dempsey is the Executive Director of TASC, the Torture Abolition and Survivor Support Coalition. Dempsey is from Ethiopia. He was trained at the London School of Economics. In Ethiopia, he worked as an auditor for an agency that was charged with helping victims of natural disasters. While doing his job, Mr. Abibi discovered and attempted to expose corruption. For this, he was tortured. He was so injured that he was immobile in a hospital for 4 days. With the help of peace agents, he escaped to Kenya. However, he was not safe there either. He still faced the danger of being deported back to Ethiopia. He had to leave Africa altogether. In January of 2005, he arrived in Washington, D.C. In 2008, he was appointed the Executive Director of TASC. Please give a warm welcome to Dempsey.
Thank you so very much. Welcome. My name is Dempsey. I am from Ethiopia. As Patrick said, I've been through a lot in my country and also while after I arrived in the United States. I graduated from London School of Economics, hoping that to go back to Ethiopia and support my poor nation and those who are marginalized and disadvantaged. I was a CPA in Ethiopia to help and do reporting for an organization, a Disaster Prevention and Preparedness Commission, which they received the hard currency from the international community, including the United States, Germany, and Canada, predominantly. The distribution of the funding has to be substantiated by the auditors. The external auditor has to do all verifications and also whether the budget has been appropriately prorated. In the southern region of Ethiopia, where the majority of the people are poor and disadvantaged, the government assigned to give them and to do infrastructures. Some of them were building bridges, schools, and clinics. I was appointed to monitor and to see whether this money was appropriately allocated for building the schools or health clinics. I went to the region and checked whether it really exists, but it wasn't there. I told them that you need to show me where the buildings are, where is the clinics, where is the bridges, where. No buildings, no clinics, no churches. $14 million wasn't there, was corrupted and taken by the government appointed people. Some of them were sent to different banks in Brazil and European banks. I disclosed the report where I was forced to be captured and disappeared for many months. With the help of peace lovers, I managed to get to this country, hoping that this nation is a wonderful nation to accept and to run human rights activities. Of course, things were different here as well. In 2006, when the Military Commissions Act was signed, I was right in front of the White House with many fellow human rights activists. We demand the Military Commissions Act to be repealed at its entirety. We don't want the Military Commissions Act, especially for those of us who are immigrants. If you are labeled as enemy combatant, we will be deported. Many of us members scared to go out to the public buildings because they're scared to participate, and if they are captured, they don't have the right to the court. They don't have the right to be tried in any of the American courts. Our organization, a very small dynamic organization, we tried all our best to make sure the Military Commissions Act to be repealed. Today, still with the Obama administration, things are right there. No change at all. Currently, we hold a campaign to bring those people who are ordering torture in the first place during the Bush administration. You name it in Abu Ghraib and other prison sites. We demand the Attorney General Eric Holder to investigate, to form a council and to investigate what happened. We are not avenging, but we demand for the people who are ordering torture, they should come to be and bring to court as other people, ordinary people. We want these things not to be repeated again. We want torture to be history. That's why we asked the Attorney General to form a council to investigate and, if warranted, to bring those who are responsible to justice. It's not an easy journey that we are on, but we mean it. All our survivors are make sure these things to be happened sooner or later. Task International has the last 15 years in existence now. For the last 15 years, we managed to support 6,700 survivors of torture from 68 different nationalities. We are a very small office right here by the Catholic University of America. We managed to support all these survivors by providing many, many different services. Finding a pro bono legal services, finding doctors, finding a pro bono psychiatry, psychology services for all these survivors of torture is an immense work for us. We have never received any funding from the government. State Department usually offered us to get funding from the government, ORR, Office of Refugee and Resettlement Funding, which we don't want to receive any funding from the government because we don't want to compromise our work with the government. That's what we are clean and absolutely free to exercise and to advocate out in the front of the White House and other places. Here in the Washington, D.C. metro area alone, there are estimated 63,000 survivors of torture live. 1 in 51 people walking on the street of DC is a survivor of torture. In the United States, it's estimated now 555,000 survivors of torture live. Out of them, at Task International, out of the 6,700 survivors of torture, we estimate 11% of them are a victim of human trafficking. It is very scary if you see many survivors seeking help every day, at least 2 survivors of torture visiting our office. Many of them crossing the border through Mexico. Some of them landing to this country using a false passport to save their lives. They learn about Task International through the local community service providers. There are 23 torture treatment centers in the United States. 2 of them are locally located, one in Baltimore and the other one at Falls Church. Many of the local lawyers provide or send survivors to Task International, including the United Nations groups. The United Nations supposed to support them, not Task International, a small organization with a budget of less than 300,000. We have only 3 or 4 paid staff. We are fortunate enough to be located in the DC metro area where we have many interns, many universities locally, and volunteers to support our work. We thank so very much for many Catholic groups who are supporting our cause. At Task International, we have 4 programs that we regularly run. One of them is the Helping Hands program, Through the Speakers program, Community of Healings program, and Campaign Against Torture program. Each program needs assistance. Each program has its own mission. It's not easy for our sisters, for my sisters, to sit down there to say something, what happened to them. That's what our Truth Speakers program did for many, many years. We go out and speak and educate the public at large. It's not easy to go out and say, I was tortured. It's not easy to tell the people, the American audience, saying, look, I was tortured. I was tortured like this. I was trafficked like this. It's not an easy thing to relive again and again. But we need to educate the public. That's what we are here for. I have a note given by one of our survivors. She is from Rwanda. I would like to read what she wrote for Task International and how her life transformed after her human trafficking and torture. She said, human trafficking is a worldwide crime. The daughter of a wealthy Tutsi businessman and his Hutu wife. Her name is A. A, while still a child, was rejected by both communities. The antagonism setting in as soon as she started school and intensifying as she grew older. Her days were solitary, walking alone to school through the forest to avoid the taunts and attacks of the other children. A spent break time by herself, as no other child would play with her. Her teacher offered sense comfort, for most were in the grip of the same ethnic prejudice as the rest of the population were. One, however, stood alone against the tide of hatred. A Tutsi woman who, when A was a young teenager, took pity on her and gave her a book that sparked her determination to survive. entitled O Nom de Tous les Means, in the name of all my people. It was an account of the Holocaust survivor Martin Gray, of the horrors of his family endured at the hands of the Nazis, and his fierce will to live, which drove him to escape from Treblinka concentration camp and fight in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. It was a story that was to stay with A, when, as half Hutu and half Tutsi, she found herself victimized and abused by both sides, enduring many months of captivity before she was able to flee abroad. She said, "The book taught me to carry on, no matter how terrible things are," says A. Now 39 years old, it taught me that even if you are the last member of your family to survive, to give up, even if you want to die, would be brutally those of those that have been killed. It taught me too that it wasn't the first person to be hated because of my ethnic origins, and it showed me that other people have suffered even more than me. Today, she is sitting in PG County here in Maryland with her 2 daughters and son. A is struggling with the help of Task to put the past behind her. At the Task International Community of Healing Group, Healing Circle, she said, "I have been able to tell the things that happened to me and get them out of my heart. Before, I thought I would be ashamed to look into the eyes of my children if I said anything about it," she said. "But I have slowly gained confidence through the help of Task International family, and that has helped me to deal with many things." She described her imprisonment like, "Even pigs lived better than us," she said. "The floor was the lavatory. When they brought food, sorghum porridge, there was nothing to eat with. So men dipped their shoes in and used them as spoons. There were no medicines, and several people died. And day after day, the soldiers would take them, the women, out and rape them until they were barely unconscious." "That's enough," she said. "That was my torture before I was trafficked by the human traffickers, who told me, 'You are so beautiful. You don't deserve to die here in Rwanda. You have a better life in America. That's your choice.' He talked to me and left his business card with me," she said. "I have struggled a lot and said, 'It's really true? Am I going to escape this country for the better of my children and my life? Will I be a person to be respected and respect others, and to sleep peacefully?' Called the guy to meet him. The abuse started right there when he asked her to have sex with her, followed by several contractual documents to sign. She said, 'I'm not going to disclose your identity,' because he forced her to do so. The journey started 2004 April, ended with August 2006. After 16 different countries, she was smuggled, and she met 21 smugglers during her journey. She said, 'I was a wife of 10 smugglers in different countries. I did all this because of my children and my people back home.' She said, 'I don't want to say too much, but that's too much.' Thank you. My friends here, Saba, she's from Ethiopia. She crossed the border through Mexico and ended up in this country after she passed 11 different countries, starting from Ethiopia, go to Sudan and Dubai and many, many different countries, and finally into the United States. She said she met many, many, many smugglers during her time, and many things happened to them. She paid more than $14,000 to get here. Where she gets her money, that's a different question. The same thing, Sarah. She started her journey from Ethiopia and end up to this country after passing 12 different countries. During her time, she saw many, many horrible and different horrors. Many of the people who come to this country, first, the smugglers use the means. For example, in Ethiopia and the northern African countries, the smugglers use the country condition. How they use it? For example, FGM, female genital mutilation, is exercised in Somalia, Ethiopia, and many of the northern African countries. The smugglers use that word, why your children and why you are going to be female genital mutilated. So you need to leave this country. That is one means. People are scared, so rather than being mutilated, they prefer to take this journey. Some of them, because of their religion choice, because maybe in Eritrea, many of them, they are not allowed to be a Protestant or a Catholic. So they are forced to leave their country because of their choice of being a Christian or a Catholic or a Protestant or evangelical. They have to be either Muslim or Ethiopian Orthodox Christian. So many of the people who fled their country, one way or the other, they were tortured and have faced many, many problems. And human trafficking followed by. Currently, I mean, I'm not sharing with you this, but it's out there. The human trafficking is, as Patrick said, is a well-profited business. Because if you are captured smuggling people as a trafficker, the penalty is not that harsh. You are not going to end up in jail. The fine is very small. So why not? You can do it and make money, and huge money, rather than passing drugs, and if you are caught to end up in life prison, it is better to bring people over here, and if you are caught and you pay some ransom and you don't get a life imprisonment or 10 days or 15 days imprisonment. That's why they choose to do it. That's what we need to go after them, say, no, this is not appropriate. We need to tell our administration, we need to tell our government people, to say our policymakers, to say no to this policy, to look into, to tighten the law so that people can cut down doing this crime against humanity. I leave the floor for Sarah, and Sarah is going to share us a little bit about her experience.
በመጀመሪያ ይሄ እድል ስለተሰጠኝ በጣም አመሰግናለሁ።
First of all, I'm very happy I got this chance to be in front of you. I'm delighted to be here and tell you. No, I'm very happy to get this chance and explain myself.
ስሜ ሳባ መንግስቴ ይባላል። የመጣሁት ከኢትዮጵያ ነው።
Her name is Saba Mangiste and she's from Ethiopia, she said.
በሀገራችን ላይ ችግር ስለደረሰብኝ መንገዱን ሁሉ አቆራርጬ በእግሬና በመኪና ነው የመጣሁት። 11 ሀገር አቆራርጬ ነው የመጣሁት።
As it was told that she came across 11 countries to reach here, you know, she has had some sufferings there, which she is going to tell us in brief.
ኦኬ ችግሩ የፖለቲካ ችግር ነው። ከፋሚሊ ጋር የተያያዘ ነው። እና በመጣሁበት ሰዓት መንገድ ላይ በጣም ብዙ ችግር አለ። ያን ችግራውን ማስታወሱ በጣም ያው ያመኛል ራሴን ሳስታውሰው ራስ
How I got out of my country, when I remember that, I just feel like pain even now. The suffering is just in front of me, and I am that, you know, I was that suffered. I couldn't tell you that easy.
እዚህ ደግሞ ከመጣው ከሀገሬ ከወጣው በኋላ በየመንገዱ ያለውን ችግር ሌባ አለ፣ መንገድ ላይ መተኛት አለ፣ ረሃብ አለ፣ ቀን ቀን እንተኛለን መንገድ ላይ የምንጓዘው ሌሊት ነው። እና ያንን ሁሉ አልፌ ከደረስኩ በኋላ አሜሪካ ደግሞ ፓናማና ሜክሲኮ ላይ ግን ትንሽ የዩናይትድ ኔሽን እንትን ብለውናል፣ ተቀብለውናል፣ ጥሩ እንትን አርገውልናል። ግን እዚህ ከገባው በኋላ
Well, on the way to America, I have come across difficulties, you know, across different types of sufferings, she said, which I don't want to remember again and again, she said.
የወጣውበት ያው አባቴን ስለገደሉት ነው ከሀገር የወጣሁት።
Okay, the very sense of my leaving my country is that I had my father killed by, and that was the first thing that pushed me go out of my country.
እኔም ታስሬ ነበረ።
And I was arrested for a simple political difference only. Okay.
እና ሜክሲኮ ከመጣን በኋላ ሜክሲኮም እንትን አሳይልመንት ጠይቄ 2 ሳምንት አስሬ ነበረ።
Okay. When I reached to Mexico again, I was arrested for 2 weeks after asking the asylum, she said.
የአንድ ወር ወረቀት ተሰጠኝና አገሩን እንድለቅ ፈቀዱልኝ።
And I was forced to leave the country after 1 month.
ከዛ በኋላ ተነስተን ወደ ካሊፎርኒያ ቦርደር መጣንና ለእጃችንን ሰጠን።
Then after we came to California and reported there.
ግን መንገዱን ለፖሊስ እጃችንን ስንሰጥ የተሰጠን የአንድ ወር ወረቀት አለ፣ ክሮስ አላረግንም። ግን በዛ ሰዓት ያጋጠመኝ ነገር
Okay, during my journey to California, I met some difficulties again.
Yes. አገሬ ላይም ታስሬ ያቃለውኝ፣ ግን እዛ ካሊፎርኒያ ቦርደር ላይ በጣም ሳስብ የነበረው አሜሪካን ሀገር ላይ ዲሞክራሲ አለ የሚል ነው በእንትኔ ላይ ያለው።
Okay. When I was the second time arrested for in California, I thought human dignity and democracy was. I didn't expect that I will be arrested here again in California, but I was arrested, unfortunately.
ራሴ ነኝ እጄን የሰጠሁትኝና በቃ ልክ አሜሪካንም ቦርደሯን ስረግጥ በቃ ሁሉን ነገር እየጨረስኩ ነበር የመሰለኝ።
I thought when I just reached America that America, as we know, is a country of wisdom, a country where human right is reserved and so. But again, I was not lucky. I was arrested for some time.
Yes, አሰሩን። ያሰሩን ደግሞ አስተሳሰር ልብሳችንን አውልቀው እና ልብሳችንን አውልቀው እጃችን እንደዚህ ወገባችን እንደዚህ ታስረን በረዶ ያለበት ክፍል ውስጥ አስገቡን።
We were arrested in a ice, and you know, disgusting us. As a girl, as a woman, we were not respected that, and we suffered again, she said.
ብርድ እንዳለ አናቅም። 5 ቀን ነው እዛ የታሰር ነው። ለምሳሌ አሁን በዛ ሰዓት እኔ ፔሬድ ነበርኩ እና 5 ቀን
She said that, you know, special attention should have been given to, as a woman, the first thing, since women, you know, need a special, she was on her period, on her menstruation period, and was disgusted, not as a human being, but as an animal, and she felt sorrow that she is crying now, remembering that crucial condition. Okay.
5 ቀን ታሰርን። የምንለብሰው ነገር የለም፣ መሬት ላይ ነው የምንተኛው። ከ5 ቀን በኋላ ወደ ሌላ ቦታ ወሰዱን።
Okay, after 5 days of suffering, they took us to another place, she said.
ግን ምግብ በየቀኑ 3 ጊዜ ይሰጠን ነበር እና የታሰርንበት ቦታ ሽንት ቤቱ እዛው ነው፣ የምንተኛውም እዛው ነው፣ ሁሉ ነገር I don't know.
The place where I was arrested was, you know, dirty, and that one cannot sleep there, cannot pass a day even.
ያው መውጣት የለም መግባት የለም እዛው ነው እንትን የምንለው። በኋላ ላይ ደግሞ ወደ እንትን አመጡን ማለት ነው፣ ወደ እስር ቤት ካምፕ። ወደዛ ካምፕ ሲያመጡንም 1 ቀን ይሁን 2 ቀን ይሁን የፈጀነው አናቅም። ለምን ሰዓቱን አናቅም፣ ሰዓት የለንም፣ የምናቀው ነገር የለም። የተወሰነ ሰዓት በባስ ወሰዱን፣ የተወሰነን ሰዓት ደግሞ በፕሌን አድርገው አሪዞና የሚባል ቦታ አረጉን። ግን
Okay, then after they transferred us to Arizona again.
አሁንም አሪዞና ከመግባታችን ፕሌን ውስጥ እንኳን ስንገባ የታሰርነው እጃችን እንደዚህ ወገባችን አገሬ ላይ እንኳን ታስር ያለው ግን እዚህ ስታሰር እጄ እግሬ ሁሉ ነገር ነው ታሰር።
She said I was arrested in such a way that innocent people cannot be arrested. She said I was tied this way. I had 2 of my hands that way, like, what shall I say, a person who killed somebody or who participated in any inhuman activities, she said, while she is an innocent girl.
ሽንት ቤት እንኳን ለመሄድ እጃችን እንደታሰረ ነው። ውሃ ለመጠጣት እንደዚህ አድርገን ነው እና ልክ አልገደልንም፣ አልዘረፍንም። ቀጥታ ቦርደር ላይ ሄደን ነው ችግር አለብን እጃችንን ብለን የሰጠን።
Okay, she said, well, I have always been innocent and I am innocent now, but they treated us as if I killed somebody or I participated in some, activities like a robbery or anything like that. And we were disgusted, and I was like anything, one cannot expect, she said.
One thing that we missed, she mentioned the prison cell was very small and many women were together in one room. The bathroom is right inside the bathroom, and everyone was using that toilet to use. After that, when she said, when she was transferred from California to Arizona with a, was it she said more than 6 hours they drove from California to some area. After that, they transferred them to the plane, and all during their journey, she said they were tied like this, and their legs were tied as well. and their waist as well tied very tight. Then they were transferred to Arizona detention facility.
ከዛ አሪዞና ከገባን በኋላ ይሻላል።
She said Arizona detention facility is even much better than the California one. In the California one, she said, is a cold, very, very cold room. That is, they were left there for 10 days in the cold room. And no food, and barely, they don't eat, have never eaten anything.
የሰጡን ምግብ እኛ ሀገራችን የሌለ ምግብ ነው። የቻለውን እንበላለን ለመቆም ያህል በብዛት ውሃ ነበር የምንጠጣው።
We only drink water because we don't want to eat the food, the canned food, which we don't know the type of food. So we only eat a piece of bread so that we can survive.
ኦልሞስት ወደ 14,000 ይሆናል። ለምን በየመንገዱ ደሞ ሌባ አለ፣ እንዘረፋለን። ሌሊት ደሞ ነው የምንጓዘው፣ ጫካ ቅጠል አለ፣ በማብራት እያደረጉ ነው የሚወስዱ።
During their time from Ethiopia to here in the US, she paid more than $14,000. And many of the places when she was detained or arrested, she has to bribe, other smugglers so that they can, give her to take her to some destination. She really appreciates Panama and she really appreciates the treatment that they received in Panama and Mexico. She said the brutal place was California. That's what she said.
Even ቁርስ ካሊፎርኒያ የምንበላው 4 o'clock ነበር የሚያመጡልን። ጠዋት ሌሊት ላይ
In California, even they eat their breakfast at 4 a.m. in the morning. After that, everybody has to go to the cell and has to sleep.
ቅጣት ነው መተኛት ስለሌለብን።
They said it is a punishment for crossing the border. She said she already handed over her file to the government when she crossed the border. They haven't captured her, but they kept her with the other people who are crossing the border. She said, thank you so very much for being here.
ስሜ ሳራ እባላለሁ።
Okay, she is named Sarah.
Okay, ከኢትዮጵያ ነው።
Okay, she is from Ethiopia, she said.
ይሄ እድል ተሰጥቶኝ ለመናገር በመብቃቴ የውስጤን ያለውን ቅራኔን በመናገሬ ደስተኛ ነኝ።
I am very happy to get this chance and verify all the bad situations I had, and I am now delightful and I'm happy, she said.
ማለት አሜሪካ ሲባል እንደዚህ አልጠበቅኩትም ነበረ። ከሌላ አገር አብልጬ ዲሞክራሲ ያለበት ፍትህ ያለበትና ጥሩ አቀባበል ይኖራል ብዬ የጠበቅኩት አገር ነበር።
When I think of America first, I thought that there was no perpetuation of human rights in America. But when the moment I came in, I was, she said, my thinking was wrong, she said.
ለምሳሌ እንደ ፓናማና እንደ ሜክሲኮ ያሉት ጥሩ አቀባበል አድርገውልናል። 5 ቀን ሙሉ ከኮሎምቢያ ወደ ፓናማ ለመግባት 5 ቀን ሙሉ ተጉዘን ነው የመጣነው።
Okay. The hospitality in Panama and Mexico was all right, she said. But it took her 5 days to come to Mexico, and the hospitality there was good, she said.
እና ደግሞ ኮሎምቢያ ፓናማ ለመድረስ 5 ቀን ሙሉ ነው የተጓዝነው።
Okay, but to reach to Panama, it was obligatory me to suffer for 5 days, she said.
እና ካሊፎርኒያን ቦርደር ላይ ስንገባ ደግሞ አቀባበላቸው ጥሩ አልነበረም።
And the treatment and hospitality in California was not that good, she said.
ማለት እኛ እጃችንን የሰጠነው አሳይለም ነው የጠየቅነው እንጂ እንደሌላው ሰው ክሮስ አድርገን አልገባንም እና እነሱ እንድንገባ ፈቅደውልን ነው ያስገቡን።
We crossed the nation. We didn't cross the nation forcefully or illegally, but we asked them the asylum and there was no good treatment, she said.
ካስገቡን በኋላ አስረውናል።
Then after again I was arrested, she said.
እኔ አሁን አሪዞና 5 ወር ወደ አሪዞና ወስዶኝ 5 ወር ሙሉ ተቀምጫለሁ።
I was there for 5 months, she said, in Arizona zone. In prison, it means.
ግን አሪዞና ይሻላል። በዚህ አጋጣሚ ፍሎረንስ ፕሮጀክቶችን በጣም ማመስገን ፈልጋለሁ።
On this occasion, I would like to thank some of the humanitarian projects who helped me, she said.
እና ደግሞ ማለት ይሄ ሁሉ ችግር አሳልፈን እሱ ራሱ ትልቅ ኬዝ ነበረ። ሌላ ኬዝ ያስፈልገውም ነበረ እና እንደገና ወደ ኮርት ወስደው ደግሞ እስካሁን ድረስ ወረቀት እንኳን አልተሰጠንም። አሁንም እንደገና ሌላ አመት ነው የፈጀው።
Okay, still now it took the court to decide our case and almost a year passed without getting our asylum and work permit and so on. እና አሁን ግን ጥሩ ነው። አንድ አመት ነው ያለው።
አመት ከ5 ወር ነው። ወደ $14,000 በላይ ከፍዬ ነው የመጣሁት።
Okay, on the way to America, I altogether spent some $15,000, she said.
Okay, ከኢትዮጵያ ሱዳን ከሱዳን
Well, yeah, she had her journey from Ethiopia to Sudan,
ሱዳን ዱባይ
from Sudan to Dubai,
ትራንሲት ሞስኮ
from Dubai to Moscow,
and Cuba,
from Moscow to Cuba,
Ecuador,
from Cuba to Ecuador,
Colombia,
from Ecuador to Colombia,
to Panama,
then to Panama,
Costa Rica,
Costa Rica,
Nicaragua,
Nicaragua,
Salvador,
Salvador,
Guatemala,
Guatemala,
Mexico,
Mexico, finally here in the United States. And she said that she is happy now here in the United States, thanks to the United States leadership and people. On this occasion, she would like to say to admire the greatness of the American people and the government.
አሁን ግን ደስተኛ በታስክ በጣም ደስተኛ ሆኛለሁ። ታስክን በማግኘቴ በጣም ህይወቴ እየተስተካከለ ነው።
Thanks to TAS, I am very happy now. I am regaining my health and peace, and I've got a good futurity, she said, and thank you that I am here. And on behalf of TAF, I would like to thank all the great people of America and the government, she said.
Thank you very much. My name is Benjamin, translated in English, Afrikaans Biniam. I'm from Ethiopia. So I'm a survivor for 2 different countries. In Afrikaans, Ethiopia and America too. No problem, I can see it. So thank you so much first you give me attention to tell you what's happening to me as other survivors. When I left the country 2006 in March, And the next 6 months, I cross all the countries and I arrive here in the United States, Laredo, Texas. By the time I arrive in Laredo, Texas, I was expecting to get help from all kind of organizations. But the things happened to me which is not expected, and I was really tortured by the immigration border and border patrols. They just took everything what, actually, I don't have any that much big complaint because I know a little bit about politics, what's people expecting. Anybody comes from other countries, we know the situation now, what's going on. But it don't take time to know who's a murderer, who's a danger for the society, who's bad person. But there is nobody give any attention for anyone. If you survival from any other country, when you arrive here, they just, there is something bad is going on. So to make it short, the story what's happening, the same day I arrive in Laredo, Texas, the first action they took all my cell phones numbers from my wallet, everything that my documents take away from me. So I don't have any communication with anyone. I don't have even to tell where I am to my families or friends. So for 6 months, without no communication, one single room in Laredo, Texas. After 6 months, I'm sorry, I just feel a little bit sad about what's happening to me when I remember what's going on over there in detention. So I really survived. No, that's fine. Both countries over there. I've been arrested in Ethiopia and tortured for a couple hours, and God gave me a chance to escape that situation. But over here, there is no way to escape. Even there is no way to kill yourself if the stress is over. Anyway, God is good. I'm still alive. I'm still here. Now my situation is, I don't know really what's going to happen. My case is in court. I just come out from detention after 4 years. There is nothing they told me. The reason why they keep me 4 years, they don't know where I'm from. I give them all my information, which school I learn, which country, which city, where I born. I give all my information about my country, where I come from. I born in Christian family. My parents, they was a Catholics, but me and my brothers and sisters were Christians, Baptist Christians. There is no way to keep anyone for that much time in detention. Even if we know the situation of the country, we have a big enemies from different countries. Politics, we know a little, but the way I said, you don't. The way I says, you don't. The way the speakers, you can hear me. I can talk loudly. Okay. So I don't know really what is going to happen tomorrow, what's going to happen today. Anytime they can send me back to Ethiopia, and I don't want to go back to Ethiopia. Anybody, I really glad to meet this task. They really helped me. I have a medical issue. Mr. Scott, he sent me some clinics and they helped me already. There is a lot of things going on to my health when I was in detention for that much time. I am the only one they keep me that much long time. We've been together like 23 guys from Ethiopia. Most of them, they get paper to stay in the country. I have a paper, I mean, they give me work permit and social security, but for the future, like permanent to live in the country, I don't have any documents because my case is in the court. Now, I just asked Mr. Scott to write me for the court, like supporting paper, and Mr. Scott, he told me he's gonna do that. Anyway, there is a lot of things going on. We don't complain, we don't blame the country, we really don't, but we're still alive, we get help. But I really hurt by the migration there when I was in detention. So thanks God, I'm still alive. Thank you very much to hear my testimony. God bless you.
Many of the survivors were still there in immigration detention facilities. They have to pay bonds. Bonds ranges from $4,000 to $24,000 to get released from the immigration detention facilities and to get services, to get to work on their immigration. If you are from Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia, you are required to pay $4,000 or $5,000. If you are India or China, you are supposed to pay $24,000. This means you put that money to the government so that you can leave the detention facility while you are working with your lawyers, attorneys. So once you are granted political asylum, that takes 2 years or 3 years or 4 years time. During that time, these people, they don't have the right to work. They have to ask the Catholic groups, any groups that provide us help. So we are working very, very hard to make sure the Justice Department to consider cases to cut down or reduce the 150 days work permit eligibility so that they can work while they are waiting for their court hearings. We are not sitting idle to say, just to receive survivors to come to our door and to give them assistance. But we organized like this, through the speakers group, like this, strong campaigners who speaks torture from the inside out so that you to learn more and spread the word out. If you have questions for any one of us, you are most welcome. My brother said, I can answer this question.
As we said, we're just using false document to leave the country because Ethiopian government, they don't let you have a passport because if you have a passport, you are legal. That means government, you don't need you. When we leave the country without knowingly. The government, they don't know. So to reach the next country, they need some paper. So some guys, they fix some papers to accept you as the next country. So everybody using the false document.
To add a little bit more from him is the smugglers or the human traffickers prepare the false documents. They are really organized people to prepare documents. Even they have a network of groups across the country, some of them based in Costa Rica, some of them in Dubai, some of them in Kenya, Ethiopia, even in many beautiful cities and towns. They have a fancy offices. They organized, even they have their own radio station in Ethiopia. They collecting people that saying there is a beautiful life out there in Arab world. There is a beautiful life out there in the US or European countries. And they show them a DVD in the room to show them how people who were in the past smuggled here are living as a fabricated false documents rather. So people are tempting to be trafficked. That's why the people, they go there and sign the documents to get to these countries or other countries. Children at the age of 11, we know survivor, 11, 12 years old, 13 years old, people who are smuggled to this country. We have a survivor in our office. She was smuggled to this country and enslaved in one room for 10 years. In this country, she has never seen the outside. She came, she found task with other people's help. 10 years to be enslaved in one single room. This is something that I can share with you. The people, the diaspora, for example, people from Ethiopia or Iran, Iraq, who lived this country for many, many years. They know the system. They go back home after they are a citizen. They go back to Ethiopia or Iraq, Iran, and they tell the people that, could you come to the US? If I sponsor you to come to the US, could you work for me for 2 years for free? Could you work for me, as a babysitter for my children for 5 years? But you will get a chance. I will bring you here in the US. People, poor people, they tempted to say yes. After they landed here, 10 years looking after someone's children for free. It is unbelievable thing to hear. It looks like it is a false testimony, but the survivor is in our office. She now is a free person. She has her own political asylum and doing all her work now. So there are a lot of things. So that's the reason why.
I have a question. I know it's very hard when you're in detention to get a lawyer. Can you describe how you found lawyers, like at Florence Project?
እንዴት አገኛችሁ ፍሎረንስ ፕሮጀክት? Okay, she said, both of them said, the Florence Project is doing an amazing work out there. And they come to the office and ask them, who is a new arrival here? And they point their name, and the Florence Project is taking their name and finding a pro bono service. Is a pro bono? Yeah, pro bono legal service providers in the local area. But both of them really appreciate the Florence Project program. They really treat us well.
If you do want a question, if you would come up to the microphone so that the whole audience can hear you. Thank you.
I just wanted to know what we can do as U.S. citizens to support survivors of trafficking and torture. Is it just about raising awareness and education? Is it about advocacy, to our U.S. congresspersons? So just kind of like, understanding where we can all, add and support.
Thanks so very much. This is a great question. One thing that the U.S. citizens and you people can help is spread the word out. Ask your Congress members, ask your senators what their position against torture, what they think about it. Call them and ask them, what do you think about survivors of torture? What do you think the survivors within us? There are many, many survivors of torture in this country. There is 23 torture treatment centers in this country. The Obama administration a month ago announced a budget of $12 million for the 23 torture treatment centers through the ORR, Office of Refugee and Resettlement. $11.5 million is nothing compared to the 500,000 survivors of torture in the United States to give treatment and also to give assistances. So pushing the government to acknowledge that, to recognize that torture is still real, human trafficking is still real, and to show us that, to close Guantanamo, to close other prison sites. So that could be an example for human trafficking to be stopped. So I think as a citizen, you can make a call, your representatives and senators, to let them know and educate them about the issue. One more question?
I was told that there are a number of states in the United States, predominantly in the South, that are very active for human trafficking. And I wonder if you could identify some of those states and what type of trafficking. A lot of it is labor, forced labor, but not exclusively forced labor. States like Texas, Georgia, and some others, very heavy numbers of people being trafficked right in the United States.
Thank you. This is an excellent question. That's why many of the survivors of torture and the human trafficked people left the southern part of the states to come to the north, especially in the Washington, D.C. metro area. I can give you one good example. The immigration system to this country is really hugely different. For example, a survivor of torture or a human trafficked person who applied for political asylum in Georgia, the chance to be granted political asylum is only 2%, 2.5% to be granted in Georgia. Whereas if they come to here in the East Coast, especially in Baltimore and Virginia, the chance to get is in Baltimore is 68%. Imagine compared to 2%. And imagine the 83% political asylum in Arlington court. So it is really a huge difference in variances. So this is a great question. So that shows that many of the survivors, they don't want to stay in southern parts of the country. That's what we see many survivors here in the DC metro area.
So what kind of laws can we put in place? And you mentioned the Military Commissions Act. Can you say some more about kind of what we're up against and what you're advocating for?
Thank you. Two things that we have. Because of the resource that we have at Task International, we actually limited our campaign work because of the crisis that we have in our office. How many thousands of survivors flooding to our office. So we divert our attention more on providing day-to-day direct assistance for survivors of torture. But having said that, Amnesty International, Human Rights First, CCR, Center for Constitutional Rights, ACLU, American Civil Liberty Union, all these are taking over our work, especially Human Rights USA, where they work closely with Task. We put together facts, torture facts for these groups. We have the first-hand information. We document everything for the people who are legal personnels. None of us in our office are lawyers, but we have an ability and resources to gather information for legal personnel. So we handed over the information to them, so they are working on it. As you said, the Military Commissions Act, one of the drawbacks is, for example, if you write a check for a for a group in Jordan or Libya, Syria, or Ethiopia, and you think that that organization or that non-profit organization found in the Middle East or Africa, you think that that organization is a wonderful, so that you send you $100 check. And if the government, the State Department, or the US State Department labeled that organization as a terrorist organization, then your name on that check will be found in that organization. You will be labeled as an enemy combatant. So you don't have, even as a citizen, you don't have the right to the US courts to be tried. So this is just eroding the rights of the people that has been there for the last 200 years, has been taken away October 16, 2006. Currently, as I have already said, we have a campaign. Our campaign is, of course, to bring people who are ordering torture in the first place, during the Bush administration, so that we have a petition online, and we have already signed, more than 33,000 people signed our petition saying we want those people to come to court and to testify, saying whether what they have done. We are not avenging, as I said, but we want them to come to court, like other ordinary citizens of this nation, to come to court and say, yes, we have done these mistakes, but we apologize. And the people can say, forgive them, so that torture cannot be 20 years from now or 100 years from now, not to be repeated again, because it has been done in the past. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for coming, all of guys. The first, my name is Biniam Galatu. I'm from Ethiopia. Normally, maybe it's difficult to understand my English language, but I'm trying to speak well. I born in Ethiopia, 1982. I graduated 2002, my high school. 2005, I was arrested by Ethiopian government, like 3 months. I was in arrest and interrogated. I wasn't being many things. I was shocked, electric wire. By that problem, it was many problems. If you look on BBC or CNN, by that problem, I left in Ethiopia 2006 June, and I was being like 2 years, 11 months in Sudan. After Sudan, I left many countries to come here because to save my life. When I was Sudan, it was many problems because of the Sudan government. It wasn't taking us, and it transferred for Ethiopian government soldiers. That's why I afraid to be in Sudan. Then I left. When I left in Ethiopia, it was my dad. He was in arrest because of me. After he arrest, he been like 2 years in a prison because of my. After I left, when I was Sudan 2009 until I was being until 2009. When I wasn't there, my daddy was dead because of me. Then I left Sudan. I passed many countries, Dubai, Venezuela, and Colombia. I was in Colombia 40 days, but it's not saved my life, it's still there. It was problem, many things. That's why I passed by boat, 5 days boat, then I went to Nicaragua, Guatemala. I was in Mexico. Mexico, I was being 11 days immigration. After I speak some a little bit, my problem, there was a release, but they don't give me to be in Mexico. They just give me for 30 days to be there. After 30 days to leave the country. That's why I just left Mexico. Then I came by Reynosa. Then I paid more than $20,000 for todos, the money for the smuggler. Then I came United States, 2009, August. Then I was in arrest here, detention center, Willacy Detention Center. I was in like 21 days. After I told them for a little bit, I paid $3,000 for a bond. Then I released from United States immigration. Now I finished last October 2011, like 10 days ago. A court, I told them they know already, I gave many documents. They understand. Then they give me granted for my political problem. For that, thank you so much for the whole United States. Now I'm safe for this country. I just want to say thank you and long life. Thank you for all.
Good morning. I want to say, first of all, thank you for sharing your stories with us. It's scary enough having to talk in front of a lot of people, but to share something from the heart is really difficult. So thank you for that. And I wanted to ask you, how do people find out about your organization, and what are the major kinds of services people initially need? I mean, I know you have to find a job and support yourself, but when people first arrive at your door, what are the kinds of services they really need?
Thank you so much. First of all, many of the survivors found us through word of mouth and the local community churches, and also the torture treatment centers in the local area, and lawyers from the local area refer, if they claim that they are survivors of torture, they refer them to task office. So our website, word of mouth, the local churches, and also the lawyers and torture treatment centers refer survivors of torture to our office. Because if they come to task office, they will be, as a survivor, they will be a member of our organization. It's a membership organization. That's what is different from other organizations. The number one need for many of the survivors is food. Many of them, when they walk to our office, they don't have anything to eat. So we need to provide them food. The second major need is housing. They don't have a place to stay. So we need to look for places, shelters, or also a friend of tasks. We call them many friends of task. If you are a friend of task, you can host a survivor at your home, in the basement or in your room for 6 months or 8 months or a year. When I came to this country, I was hosted by the Mennonites family. They hosted me in their home for a year and a half. It's a mutual thing. They learned so much from me. I learned so much from the American family. It's a win-win situation. They give a place for me, and the case management will be handled by Task International, by our office. The third major need is lawyer, having a pro bono lawyer, having a free lawyer. If they have to pay $10,000 for a lawyer to take their cases. So these people, they don't have a penny in their pocket. So they don't have a means to pay. So we need to find them a free lawyer, a free doctors, because many of them have still injuries in their body. So they need attention, medical attention. Because that is very important. If a survivor have a TB, that will be transmitted to others. So we need doctors, we need health professionals to work with us so that they can treat these people. We believe health support for everyone is a human right. It's not something a privilege someone to have and someone not to have. Has to be free for everyone so that we all at large can be free and healthy. So these are the major needs that the survivors ask when they arrive at Task International. Last question before we wind up. 15 minutes? Okay. All right.
Hi. I just want to thank you all for being here. This has been really wonderful. I'm wondering, what can we do to engage the youth, students, college students? Are there any kind of programs or campaigns that can be on campus, or, have you guys thought of anything in that respect?
This is a great question. We always seek to have the youth students to involve more on the issue of human rights and justice. It is a very important thing to, to put some seeds to the kids so that they can easily capture and so that they can implement. One thing I think is a good thing to have a group discussion in the classroom or to ask their professors to have a class about torture and human trafficking. And in the classroom, our address, Task International, www.task.org. You can invite survivors in the classroom, or you can call us. We will come in to speak to the public. So the classroom can get the first-hand information from survivors. So that and also to organize a workshop, to organize demonstration, rally, or anything like that, to have a soccer team in support of survivors, to have a marathon team, athletics team in support of survivors of torture. All these things is a sort of awareness. So youth have the power to do so. They have an energy to make actions. The youth, they are great in Facebook, social media. They can spread the word out. Torture is wrong. They can send to 10,000, 1,000 friends of them. They can easily spread the word out to stop torture and human trafficking. Sure. Wherever war is, there is torture. That's our thing. Imagine when there was a war in Iraq, a war in Afghanistan, and a war in Ethiopia and Somalia. Wherever the war was, there is torture. Wherever torture was, there was someone benefited out of, from torture. Smuggling and torture is hand in hand. Many of them here, you see, they were tortured before they were smuggled to this country. They were tortured because of their race. They were tortured because of their opinion. They were tortured because of their religion. They were tortured because of many other different political opinions. Once they were tortured, the smugglers step in, saying, I will save you from your torture. You are a Christian, you are Muslim, you are this. We will save you, we will take you a place where you belong. This is not a place for you. That's what they start telling them. That's what they start preaching them. People, once they were tortured, to believe and to trust other people, though it is difficult, but they've been tricked many, many times. So many of the survivors, once they survive torture, their journey starts. The journey starts by taking them to some place. Rape starts for women, men. And also they take them to, if they resist, they beat them to death. Many of our survivors, they are lucky enough to cross the border and to get here. They can tell you, they can share you how many thousands were left behind, drowned in the sea before they crossed the border. In the deserts, many of them were eaten by animals. In Ethiopia, when they crossed the border from Ethiopia to Kenya, many of them were eaten by lions and crocodiles in the sea, just to save their lives, to get a better life and to survive and to live. But many of them face right in their country torture and human trafficked by smugglers and paying also much money and to be tortured by the smugglers. Imagine, 21, she was sharing me, 21 people, 21 main people that she saw in her journey. 21 people are handing over her like goods to these people, to these people, to these people, to these people, until she gets here. There are a lot, she said, during the meantime, what happened to her. But sharing everything is a pain for her and for everyone. So the relationship with torture and human trafficking is one and the same. I believe that's what they claim. That's what they come to task office. They were tortured, and again they were trafficked, and again they were imprisoned and tortured. So you cannot differentiate this relationship one another. So wherever torture is, there is human trafficking. There is someone benefited out of the system, out of the marginalized groups. So that's what I would like to say. One more question, and we wind up.
Thank you very much for your powerful testimony. A couple of you talked about the prison situations in California and Arizona. I'm wondering if your organization has a particular focus, too, on human rights abuses in our own U.S. prison system. Could you talk about that for a moment, please?
Very good question, and at the same time challenging question. There are organizations who work very closely, specifically pointing out, not only survivors of torture come to this country, even torturers, perpetrators are here in this country as well. For example, if I see my torturer, if you see his torturer, it is very difficult thing to point finger against this man. Number one is we have family behind. The Ethiopian government, for example, in our case, the Ethiopian government, they have their own spies. They spy here in this country. For example, when we have a protest, right in front of the State Department or the White House, the spies, the government people, they come with us with their own camera. They video us and send the video back home. And they find out, they put in the, and they go after our family members. But Still, we are not stopped not to do so. We still are campaigning. We still are reaching. We have many survivors, their family being murdered after they come here, after they find out that that survivor was doing activism here in this country. It wasn't easy, but as you said, in the past, the Homeland Security groups came to our office to tell us or to ask us, do you know a group or groups or individuals who work organized criminals who work on human trafficking or who do or did in the past? That's not task force. We have other things to do as well. There are other organizations, for example, National Religious Campaign Against Torture, NERCAT. They have a lot of resources better than TASK. And they have a lot of groups and congregations that they can work with. We have so much on our table, even to deal with the day-to-day survivors of torture coming to our office. Still, we are not avoiding that route, but still we are working on it. Currently, still we are working on our piece to repeal the Military Commissions Act and for accountability. So that's where we are in. But I will answer your questions later, probably individually.
Thank you very much. I would just like to add that the National Prison Project, located here in Washington, D.C., does do work on the conditions of prisons all over. I did an internship with them, and they did things similar to what you were talking about. They were on Connecticut Avenue, but I know they had to move because the rents went up, but they are here, the National Prison Project, which is part of the ACLU.
Thank you so very much. Just to add one more organization that work very closely with us is CARE Coalition, Capital Area Immigration Rights. Also, they work closely to monitor the detention facilities and to go there and to ask those survivors who are in immigration detention facilities are survivors of torture. Once they figured out who are they call us because we have survivors home. We provide home for survivors who are in immigration detention facilities. So we will communicate, we work closely and get their name, and we will provide the street address of our survivors' home. Before they get deported, we will get them out and give them the house. And the legal work will be done by CARE Coalition, and we do other case management works. I know there are a lot of Catholic groups very hard working on these issues. I really appreciate that. That's a terrific work. I mean, I know Patrick, he works day and night in many issues. He calls me regularly and sometimes and share informations. And there are a lot of things to work with. And, pay attention about the issue of torture, pay attention on human trafficking, and, raise your voice. This is not right. If you don't understand about the issue, ask people, research, and ask TASK, ask Patrick and other groups that work specifically on this area so that you have a better idea of what that means. Thank you so very much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dempsey. That was a wonderful job, and all of the panelists. If you may have noticed, some of our panelists sort of came in and out. We're Franciscans, so we're very flexible about things, and one of our panelists got lost getting here. So we actually drafted a panelist. The young man was sitting out in the back there, and we drafted him to come up and be a panelist. He had not prepared anything at all ahead of time. He just came up and shared his story, and I think it's a wonderful story. We're going to take a break now. There's food and coffee next door, take a break for about 20 minutes. The ambassador is on his way over. So take a break. Take the time to meet each other, meet some of the other folks that are here who have also been involved in human trafficking, and we'll gather back. I'll call you back in about 15 to 20 minutes to come back and hear the ambassadors. Thank you so very much for this video. And I also want to introduce Father Michael Lasky. Father Michael Lasky is the director of Franciscans International in New York. He's the director of the Americas and works at the United Nations for Franciscans all over the world. And Father Michael will come up and talk a little bit about the video and introduce the video.
Good morning. Our work at Franciscans International is threefold. We work on issues of peace, of poverty, and planet, the 3 Ps, if you will, or environment for the last one. In issues of poverty, one of the things that we work a lot on are women and girls as one of our major issues there as a subgroup, and that of trafficking as well. We work with the Special Rapporteur on trafficking at the United Nations, along with many other rapporteurs on issues that we take directly to them based on urgent alerts that we get from the Franciscan family from around the world in the grassroots. One program that we ran just last year on International Women's Day on March the 8th was a panel discussion in New York. And we brought experts on this topic, and we brought a sister from Singapore as well, Sister Mary So by name. And she's a Franciscan missionary of Mary who journeyed with a bit trepidation, if you will, because she was afraid. She was afraid of speaking out on what might happen to her when she returned to Singapore, but she found the wherewithal within herself to speak because she said the story needed to be shared. It needed to be shared of what happens to women. And her sisters in Singapore actually house many women in their own convent secretly so that they can get them to safe havens. Mostly girls are in the Philippines, trying to get them back home. So what we've done at Franciscans International with a number of other groups that we collaborate with is we have developed a video that was first launched on that International Women's Day of last year, and it is called Speak Up. So I would like to share that with you today.
Dear brother, it's estimated 12.3 million adults and children throughout the world are in forced labor, bonded labor, or forced prostitution. Girls are systematically discriminated against solely on the basis of gender. As a result, women make up 70% of the world's poor. The facts indicate women and girls are most vulnerable to being trafficked.
Aisha was hired by a diplomat to work in another country. This led to a life of domestic servitude, where she lived on dog food and was eventually thrown from a window when her services were no longer needed.
Harshani was forced into marriage by her parents in order to compensate for the wrongful death of a neighbor. She was enslaved, beaten, and raped by her new husband's family.
Marie, an upper middle class girl, was drugged, raped, and tortured by an underground group. She was forced into sexual slavery with the use of threats against her family.
This is the trafficking of women and girls.
Dear sister, women from Somalia, Tanzania, and Kenya are trafficked to the Middle East for domestic servitude.
Girls from reservations in Canada and the United States are trafficked domestically for sex and via international freighters to lives of slavery abroad.
Women from the former Soviet Union nations are trafficked through prostitution rings to Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, Belarus, and Israel.
Migrant women are lured from Asia and Latin America to the developed countries with false promises of better lives and work abroad.
Girls in the United Kingdom are deceived by female classmates and groomed to be sexually exploited on the streets.
The trafficking of women and girls is all over the map.
Dear Representative, I'm writing to you regarding the United Nations Palermo Protocol, which calls on countries to prevent trafficking, to prosecute offenders, and to protect victims. Didn't we sign it?
Our president advocates zero tolerance on trafficking, but he is limited to speech and takes no action.
There is no control of people entering and leaving the country.
Due to a lack of trafficking awareness, investigation and prosecution are not happening.
The violation of these girls and women is rarely brought to public notice by authorities. The victims do not disturb the peace. Instead, peace is slowly and silently destroyed in them.
When the victims are rescued, they are held in government-run shelters and detention centers. NGOs and legal representatives are denied access to them.
Rather than treated as victims of a crime, women and girls are being sent back to their home country as failed asylum seekers, where they are often re-trafficked.
We are one of 62 countries that have yet to convict a trafficker under laws in compliance with the Palermo Protocol. Now, please explain to me the gap between the government's policy and our lack of enforcing anti-trafficking laws.
To whom it may concern, I am very inspired by the survivors I meet at the shelter.
The women and girls embrace living in the present and move beyond the horrors of the past.
Silence will seal the fate of other trafficked women and girls. Many of them tell their stories to help prevent others experiencing the same torment.
When a survivor appears on television, her face permanently marred from sword cutting, there is no excuse not to join her in combating this crime.
God, give us the wisdom and courage to stand in solidarity with the enslaved. Together we will find ways to freedom, a human right, your gift to all.
Learn more about the trafficking of women and girls.
Raise more awareness about this epidemic in your community.
Apply more pressure to your government to sign and implement the standards set forth by the Palermo Protocol.
Put more pressure on law enforcement, courts, and representatives to establish and uphold anti-trafficking laws.
Educate and empower more girls and women. Decrease the chances that they'll be trafficked.
Learn more, do more, because the trafficking of women and girls concerns us all.
To whom it may concern.
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 To whom it may concern. It concerns us all.
Trafficking concerns us all.
To whom it may concern. Trafficking concerns us all.
Trafficking concerns us all.
To whom it may concern.
It concerns us all.
Concerns us all.
It concerns us all.
It concerns us all.
Concerns us all.
Trafficking concerns us all.
Concerns us all.
And thank you, Father Michael, for the video, and also we actually did get to see the special rapporteur. Unfortunately, she wasn't in person, but at least you got to hear her a little bit talking. Hopefully at some future time we'll be able to bring her back here again and actually give a presentation. So at this point in time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Ambassador Sidibaka. Ambassador Sidibaka is the U.S. Ambassador at Large and Director of the State Department's Office to Monitor and Combat Human Trafficking in Human Persons. He serves as a Senior Advisor to Secretary Clinton and directs the State Department's Office to Monitor and Combat Trafficking in Persons, which assesses global trends, provides training and technical assistance, and advocates for an end to modern slavery. Previously, Ambassador Sidibaka worked at the Justice Department, where he was one of the country's most decorated federal prosecutors, leading the investigation and prosecution of cases involving money laundering, organized crime, alien smuggling, official misconduct, hate crimes, and human trafficking. He was honored with the Attorney General's Distinguished Service Award for his service as a lead trial counsel in the then largest slavery prosecution in U.S. history, which involved the enslavement of over 300 Vietnamese and Chinese workers in garment factories in America, Samoa. So at this point in time, let's give Ambassador a great round of applause and welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to the Franciscan Action Network and to Catholic University as a whole for hosting this. I saw on the way up the stairs that it's open mic night, and so if I start wandering around and singing, I'll promise that it will only be from the Catholic songbook. So if you start hearing me sing some of the old songs that normally make people walk out of the church, then we'll go. I'm going to hold on to the mic. So again, if I start singing Be Not Afraid, you'll know. One of the things that is, I think, a risk whenever you take somebody from and you heard the bio, whenever you take somebody from a position as a lawyer or litigator and then put them into another position, is that they're going to just continue the things that made them somewhat successful in the previous job. And the skill set from being in law enforcement to going over and working in diplomacy in some ways is a non-transferable skill set. Because think about what you do in law enforcement. You find the evidence, you take the rules, you apply the evidence to the rules, and then you communicate that to a judge, to 12 members of the community on a jury, et cetera, urging them to hold somebody responsible for what it was that they had done. And in diplomacy, you look at a situation, you figure out what your national interests are, but then you package the conversation that tries to get you there in a way that maintains the relationship between, in this case, the United States and that other country. And so you end up, rather than coming in and talking about it in the most stark way that you would for a jury, saying this person did this horrible thing, and you call it slavery because it's slavery, you call it rape, because you're asking those 12 people to actually decide the fate of this person and whether they did that horrible thing. And so there's no room for euphemisms. You don't say she was dishonored. You don't say she was violated. You say, this man raped this woman, and you need to now figure out whether I have enough evidence to prove it. Diplomacy, on the other hand, is very much, how do we have this conversation in a way that sustains our relationship, that gets everybody to buy in? And the risk can be that we become so polite and so ridden with euphemisms that we forget to be outraged by the thing that is the interest that we're trying to bring into the mix. And so this notion, and I know I was introduced as the Ambassador at Large to combat trafficking in persons, it's on my business card, but the notion of trafficking in persons, I think, now that you've had half of a day of a conference on trafficking in persons, I'm here to actually call into question the entire rationale behind calling this trafficking in persons. To be blunt, trafficking in persons was a very good euphemism for slavery. Modern slavery, it's not old-time slavery where people actually have legal title in people, but it's the equivalent, it's the modern equivalent of slavery. The UN says that it's the modern equivalent of slavery, but the way that they had to, the way that we in the Clinton administration had to label it so that we could have those diplomatic conversations without everybody being scared and jumping under the table and saying, oh my God, I don't want to have this conversation. The way that we had that conversation was by using this term, trafficking in persons, because trafficking in persons, as a euphemism for involuntary servitude and slavery, is a much more comfortable place. So the challenge that I want to put down for everybody today is to do what faith communities have done throughout the millennia, which is help us confront a horrible thing in a way that maintains our disgust with it, in a way that maintains the notion that this is evil among us, while at the same time doing it in a way that doesn't scare everybody into running from it and not wanting to talk about it. I was talking to Russell Simmons the other day. Russell Simmons, basically, a lot of people think of him as the father of hip-hop music. He was the first guy with a tape recorder that was taping the rap acts in New York back in the 80s. And he now is worth gajillions of dollars. And the United Nations asked him to help fundraise. He's the ambassador, goodwill ambassador for the commemoration of the transatlantic slave trade. And he said to me, you know, I really don't like the way that they're handling this because they want me to fundraise for a monument that will allow everybody to look at it and say, wow, that was a bad thing that they did back then, as opposed to there are 30 million people who are currently being held forced labor and sex slavery around the world, and what happened back then gives us all a responsibility to fight that modern day slave trade. I thought that was really interesting what he said, because it's that notion of not just that this is the continuation of that old evil, not just that we need to fight it today, but a recognition that the fact of that old evil, the fact of our complicity in that evil, whether it's as Western countries that got rich and developed over the course of slavery, whether it's, as Brown University had to do recently, whether it's institutions that became wealthy because of their participation in slavery, whether it's the church, the way that the Portuguese and the Spanish continued the slave trade after others. All of those types of things have to be looked at, not so that we paralyze ourselves, for God's sake, but so that we recommit ourselves to fighting this in the modern day. Now, the other thing that is always a risk when you put a trial lawyer into a diplomatic circumstance or an academic circumstance is that, and then give them a microphone, is that they'll mainly tell stories about their cases. We call those war stories. That's the tendency, and so of course I have to live down to that and give you a couple of war stories. One of the first trafficking cases that I did back in the 1990s, before we called it human trafficking, before the international community put that euphemism on it, was a case that some might be familiar with still. It's a case involving 56 deaf and hearing impaired Mexican nationals who were being forced to beg in the streets and subways of New York City, and then taken to some of the other cities as well. They go out, they had these little trinkets, a little label on them saying, I'm deaf, selling this for $1. It was things you didn't need, but people would feel sorry and give them for 2 years. And if they didn't make their quota of $100, $125 a day, they would be beaten, They would be chained to the furnace or chained to the radiator. Their food would be restricted, punitive rapes, all sorts of horrible things. When they finally were free, and I don't want to say liberated, there was a raid, but it was a raid that happened because 3 of the men worked very hard with a deaf American who they had figured out how to talk to, even though Mexican Sign Language and American Sign Language are not the same language. But they'd figured out enough words to be able to write a note. And late at night, 3 of them made it out and walked into a police precinct with a note asking for help. We got them all out, housing them, feeding them, clothing them, bringing in folks from the local deaf school, bringing in psychologists, dealing with their needs, right? Well, that's certainly what everybody thought. We had our list of, oh my God, how many pairs of sweatpants do we need for everybody, and how many children are there, and we need things for the children, and this and that. Dealing with their needs, right? And then Sunday came. And we all realized, by finally listening to them, people who had not been listened to for 2 years because they couldn't be listened to, not just because they were deaf, but because the traffickers were not letting them have a communication with the outside world. What was it that they hadn't been able to do for 2 years? They hadn't been able to go to Mass. And so that notion of listening to the voices of the survivors, they had a need that was being unfilled, not just a physical need, but a spiritual need. And so by being able to bring in folks, have that relationship, finding folks who could deliver services in sign language or through an interpreter, that became very important. And it was only important because we stopped and listened. And I think that that's one of the things that's so important to me when I think about the role of faith in the fight against slavery. The role of faith in the fight against slavery is simple. If you want to boil it down to one concept, which is there would be no fight against slavery if it was not for the church. Let's go back. Every year, for the last 3,500 years or so, the Jewish community gets together based on the cycles of the moon in the springtime and commemorates the freedom from slavery, the walk from Egypt, the deliverance, and in the middle of the deliverance, the covenant that was made with and delivered upon with the giving of the law, the promises, the walk to freedom, the years in the desert, all of that. But on Passover, and I'm hyper aware of the fact that the Last Supper was not just getting together with the boys for dinner, it was a Passover meal. Whether it's the foundation of the Catholic Church or whether it's what had been happening for already more than 1,000 years in the Jewish faith, the notion on that night, the thing that makes that night different than any others, is that it is the night that we are to live as though we were just freed that day. The flight from slavery is not something that happened 3,500 years ago, led by Moses. It's something that happens today for all of us. It's something that Jesus took part in and commemorated as they were even as they were coming for him. And I think that that's one of the things that we have to think about, especially if we're looking at kind of ecumenicism and the 3 great religions of the book, is that idea of we have to live our lives as though we were freed today, remembering that there are still those of us who are not. That responsibility. The responsibility not to just go hang out with your new family, but to get your brother and go back to Egypt and get everybody else out. This notion then of for the first 250, 300 years, this slave religion called Christianity. And it was a slave religion. It was the religion in the empire that gave people hope. It filled the need. It gave the people the same hope that these folks from the deaf Mexican case had, that someone would listen, someone would care, someone thought that they mattered. And in doing so, transformed the entire Roman Empire. The slave religion became not something that was lurking in the shadows, not something that was being oppressed, but rather a beacon of hope for people. And, fast forward, the thing that brings us the concepts of individual freedom, the things that brings us the concepts of the Enlightenment, the things that gives us the concepts of democracy, all coming out of this promise that was made to people who were enslaved, to people who were not being listened to people who were being embarrassed and thrown away. Whether it's the prostitute on the street who deserves Jesus' time just as much as would an upper-class woman, or whether it's a slave on the far distant corners of the Roman Empire hearing about this new idea. And this new idea as far as how people interact with each other and the fact that people have value. The same solace that this faith gave to slaves in the American South. The hymns were not work songs. Work songs were work songs. The hymns and the homegrown churches and the fellowship and everything else were hope. But it's not just a Christian story. During his lifetime, the Prophet Muhammad individually freed more than 40,000 slaves. And one of the things that he said, one of the things revealed in the Quran, is that it is a blessing to free a slave. So this notion that religion not only comes from and serves people who are enslaved, but also is a place that lends us this idea that every person has worth, that every person has meaning, that every person has value. Let's fast forward. It's the Quakers. It's the Unitarians. It's all of those kind of northeastern United States churches, Great Awakening churches, as it were, who do something that we certainly, those of you, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that many people in this room are Catholic, but certainly myself, raised to believe that and especially as a Vatican II baby, the notion that it has to be faith in action. It's not Sunday faith. It's not a personal faith. I'm saved. Me and Jesus are great, so I'm fine. Now I can just go live my life. It's faith in action. And if we really look back at the abolitionist movement in the United States, we have to look at our Quaker brothers and sisters and our Unitarian brothers and sisters who were living faith in action, who were bringing African Americans, escaped slaves, into their congregation at a time when people would never have thought to interact at that level, and who were going around using cutting-edge technology to fight slavery. Now, what do I mean when I say cutting-edge technology? Well, these ideas of the individual, these ideas of worth and worthiness and of community are all great, but when they're sitting in monasteries waiting for somebody to copy them, they're not really out there in people's lives. So the transformative technology of the Gutenberg Bible, of the press, the printing press, etc., not only sets forth a storm of individual religious responsibility in the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, and the replacing of religious empires with individual states in the 15 and 1600s. But another technological revolution, a knowledge revolution, happens in the United States in the 1830s and 40s, the railroad and the telegraph. So what does this have anything to do with the religious, and what does this have anything to do with slavery? Well, it has everything to do with it. Individual slave narratives could never have touched the hearts of people in America and made them realize that these folks were people if they had not been able to be distributed the way they were. If the traveling group where you'd have Frederick Douglass and the young ladies that were rescued right here in Georgetown Harbor from the Pearl, the ship that was going to take them down to New Orleans and sell them to brothels, if those people had not been able to go from town to town on the train, the interconnectedness, if they had not been able to tell their stories and share their stories in newspapers that were only possible because of the telegraph. The train and the telegraph are basically the internet of the 1840s. And just as we saw this transformative effect of individuals being able to read the Bible in their own words in the 1500s, so too we see the transformative effect of the faith community being able to use those tools. Suddenly you could take a steamship to London and meet with the folks from the British Anti-Slavery Society and start thinking, how are we going to have an abolitionist movement? How are we going to put faith into action? You know the rest. 149 years ago, emancipation. But emancipation is not a historical event. Emancipation was never a historical event. It's only a historical event because people wanted to roll it back, put it in a tidy little thing and say, okay, y'all are freed now. Get back to work. Emancipation wasn't a one-day thing. Emancipation was a promise. And it's a promise that we have to deliver on every day as the United States. The badges and incidents of slavery have to be confronted, not simply the fact of ownership. And so that promise then brings us up to the modern day. We have had over the last 149 years ups and downs. Bringing people out of slavery en masse, it worked. It worked right up until there was a tie in the 1878 election, and it had to go to the House of Representatives to be broken. And the deal that was made was that the federal troops would leave the South. And the second that happened, sharecropping, debt bondage, peonage, whatever we want to call it. But it was back to an economic exploitation and, frankly, slavery in the American South. We see several administrations, the first Roosevelt administration, the second Roosevelt administration, the Nixon and Carter administrations, and finally now, the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations trying to deliver on this promise of emancipation. But each of those is a historical moment. A flurry of cases, some successes. You know, one of the things that I think you'll hear this afternoon, and I think that you're going to be talking about strategies, et cetera. One of the big strategies that we've had over the last 10 years that have been successful is to have task forces, is to have structures, is to have reporting requirements, relationships with non-governmental organizations, all of these things. And that doesn't just happen. It's so transitory. It can be taken away in a moment when political will fails, or when something else happens. There is a memo signed by the Attorney General. It says to the field offices of the Justice Department, whenever you find one of these cases, You need to let the civil rights section at headquarters know. You need to make sure that you're not over-focusing on whether there is a debt, because this crime is not simply for debt bondage or peonage. This crime can be if there's just a straight out of a threat. And everybody needs to do this, and the next year we're going to really put our hammer down on this, and this is going to be our priority for the next year. Signed, Attorney General Francis Biddle, Friday afternoon, December 5th, 1941. It was not a failure of political will on the Roosevelt administration that they didn't continue that. Things happen. But the difference is that we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Clearly we had to respond. Clearly we had to fight World War II. Clearly we had to then build a civil rights movement so that we could bring people up out of the structures that were letting the African American community basically still suffer widespread slavery. And we did that. And yet slavery, human trafficking, continues to exist, because those structures never got put in place. So this is, I think, the challenge that we have in the Obama administration, is how do we take the initial laws that were passed during the Clinton administration, the initial structures that were put in place during the Obama administration, or excuse me, during the Bush administration, and now take those to the next level so that we're not just another one of these blips in history. What we don't want is to have somebody give a speech in another 50 years and say, wow, it's been 200 years since slavery was over, and every 10 years we work on it for a while and then we stop. That's not the speech that I want to be sitting out there listening to some whippersnapper give at that point, because we have a chance. We have a real shot at this if we want to. And what is this? It's being the voice for the voiceless. I have done, in my previous iteration, a lot of investigating, a lot of prosecuting, been with people as they have taken their walk to freedom. And I can tell you, even the people who were enslaved because their vulnerability came from a mental disability or a handicap, people who are enslaved are not stupid. People who are enslaved are people who had less information than the people who take advantage of them, whether it's because they don't speak the language, they don't know where they are young and confused, they have fallen for the promises of a charismatic person, whether it's a pimp coming and recruiting a 13-year-old, saying that he loves her and will take care of her in a way that her mom's boyfriend isn't going to. Somebody who falls for that, they're not stupid. And in fact, a lot of what we see is that what trafficking victims go through and who they are exactly who we want and what we want people to do. If I'm a 15-year-old boy or girl in rural Thailand, and my younger brothers and sisters need to go to school, and we need to pay for that, and I need a roof on mom and dad's house, and we need medicine for my grandmother, I can sit there and be part of the mouths to feed, or I can go out and say, you know what, I'm going to go to Bangkok. I'm going to do what I have to be able to send money home. And in the process of doing that, easily can fall into the hands of a trafficker. But they're not stupid. And I know you don't think that, so I don't know why I'm trying to rebut this notion that we all think that. But at the end of the day, what we see is that this is not a crime of people who are vulnerable and trapped because they are so helpless. This is not a crime of people who need to be rescued, though they probably need help out. This is a crime where people like you and me find themselves in a situation they can't get out of. My wife and I were in Vienna a few years ago for some meetings at the UN Office of Drugs and Crime. And we had the weekend off, and so we were like, hey, let's go to Hungary. It's right there. And so, you know, cashed in some hotel points, stayed at the Hilton right next to the beautiful cathedral overlooking Budapest, gargoyle from the cathedral looking in our window. Fun, but a little spooky. And then we went and we bought some china, because in Budapest they have some of the best hand-painted china in the world. And back then, at least, it was still, dollar went a long way. And you know, with the VAT tax, if you go to Europe and you're not European, you can fill out these forms and then they refund your tax because you're an American. So we had the forms, we had the china, we were on the train, we were waiting for the guy to come by. Nobody comes by. We end up back in Vienna at our friend's house, and we're like, huh, I guess we have to take it to the embassy. So we go to the embassy. And of course, the Hungarians are like, hey, we don't have the stamp. That's the guy on the train. You have to go back. So we went and we bought a most confused travel agent that I've ever dealt with, because we bought a $23 ticket to the border town and back. So we go to the border town. And literally, there were tumbleweeds. I've never seen a tumbleweed in this country. I go to Hungary, and here's, you know, a mule and a little cart and a tumbleweed and a train station. And we get off the train, holding on to our china, our bags from the shopping. And we go to the train station, and nobody speaks English. And so people tell us to, you know, sit on the steps and wait and everything. And then a while later, a big, strong guy, the big, long leather jacket, looking very Eastern European, comes up, walks up to us and says, "You come with me." And my wife and I immediately got our bags and followed him. And about halfway to wherever we were going, I realized that I fight human trafficking for a living. And I tell people that traffickers have more information than you do, and you just get in these situations. And I'm following some guy that came up to me, you know, literally one horse town, I guess it was a donkey, one donkey town, in the middle of Hungary, and told me to follow him, and I did, because he spoke English. Now, A, I'm here, B, we got the stamp, we got our taxes back. Success story. But if that can happen to somebody who does this for a living, think about the vulnerabilities of the immigrant population. It's not just a notario coming and saying, oh, I can take care of your immigration stuff, and then defrauding them of a couple $1,000s. It's people who actually, whether it's in the African community, with folks being brought up saying, oh, you know, come and we'll have you having a good job, you'll be braiding hair in a salon, but then takes their papers, puts them in with a bunch of other people, never lets them leave, etc. Because of the information imbalance and the willingness to be cruel. And so I think on the back end, what that then requires is for us to listen, for us to understand all of their needs, for us to see them as human, but also for us to realize that these are the spunky, smart go-getters that had the bravery to actually take that chance for their better life, for their families, etc. And that's the case with these U.S. citizen victims. You hear a lot about, you know, the U.S. citizen teenagers, you know, that are in the hands of these pimps. And people act as though these are ruined and broken little girls. But again, they're looking for something better. And this guy is offering them hope. Until those of us that fight slavery, whether it's in government or in the church or in the NGO community, until we can compete with the traffickers in the hope business and in the opportunities business, we're going to be playing catch up. Because the traffickers are masters at exploiting the hope. And then exploiting the information, being willing to use cruelty and at the end of the day, perverting that dream. So what can we all do? Because I just realized that I just kind of brought everything down by this notion of these diabolical traffickers who can talk everyone into following them. I think there's a lot to be very excited about right now in the fight against human trafficking. I was at the Vatican about 4 or 5 months ago for a conference where we brought together business leaders working with the Sister Religious, working with the ICMC, working with a number of the different organizations within the church hierarchy. But rather than just having the usual conversation between folks who are doing migration policy or refugee work within the church and then without of the church, this notion of bringing in the business community. David Arkless, who's the president of Manpower, the largest employer in the world, was in Bangladesh about 2 months ago, and he met with the labor recruiters who make their money by charging outlandishly large recruiting fees. So that before the Bangladeshis even go overseas, they already owe 2 or 3 years worth of their salary to these labor recruiters for the chance of having gotten the job. And he basically said to them, look, you can do one of two things. You can continue to make the small profit that you do from this by exploiting these guys. And then I can come in and not charge recruiting fees and take all of your business out from under you and do it in a fair way by having the employers pay my costs. Or you can modernize and stop loading these people up with the debt before they even go on the plane. This is the kind of thing that we talked about at the Vatican Conference, this notion that businesses that can then be rewarded, frankly, by folks like the Interfaith Center on Corporate Social Responsibility, by all of our own investing patterns. There's certainly socially conscious investing that can be done, rewarding companies that are working on this. I thought it was very innovative for the Vatican and for our embassy to the Vatican to think about this notion of the partnership with the business community. And it doesn't just have to be businesses that are owned by Catholics or Catholics within the business community. It's just a true interfaith dialogue that can be had. There was exciting discussions that were led by Rabbis for Human Rights and others about how they wanted to take this back out to their folks. At the end of the day, it's not just bringing this to the business community, though, thinking about their supply chains, thinking about their corporate cultures, thinking about what they're doing on this. It has to come down to the individual consumers. Every one of us can work to fight trafficking, whether it's by providing services, whether it's by advocating, whether it's by investigating and prosecuting, or even being a diplomat that gives the occasional speech. And yet, every one of us buys things and consumes things and does things. And after 2.5 years as President Obama's ambassador against slavery, I still cannot tell you where the cotton in the shirt that I'm wearing right now was picked, or whether it was a child who was enslaved to pick it. And that's just wrong. I may very well be undoing everything that I've said in this speech by the fact that I am buying cocoa without knowing if a slave was involved, that when I go to McDonald's for a fillet of fish, especially in the springtime, when I'm going to have my fillet of fish, I didn't know this until I was in New Zealand a couple weeks ago. There's about a 60% chance that that fillet of fish has fish that was caught by somebody who was enslaved on a boat south of New Zealand. South of New Zealand's pretty far south. And these guys, when the workers are on the boats are asking for a little protein in their rice, or when they're asking to get paid, They take them out and they duct tape them to the mast and leave them out all night. They'll leave people on an iceberg and drive off and have the boat about 300 yards away call back on the loudspeaker saying, do you still want that extra food? Do you still want to get paid? And yet, especially during Lent, I'm a fool for eating those filet-o-fish sandwiches. This is something I think that not only I have to wrestle with, this is something that we all have to wrestle with. We're not saying that people should go live in a cave. There's not enough caves for that. Don't go eat dirt or do whatever it is that all those hermits did. But ask. You know, if you ask politely, but firmly enough, it starts sounding like demanding to the companies. And at the end of the day, unless the companies start looking at their own supply chain, we're never going to have the pressure on those companies to say, is the person who was catching the fish that I eat, cleaning the shrimp that I eat, picking the cotton that I wear, mining the rare minerals that allow these things to work, coltan, tantalum, things that are coming out of the conflict zones in Africa that sadly conduct electricity at very low temperatures. If it wasn't for those minerals, we couldn't carry cell phones around. We'd burn ourselves. So I don't get burnt. But the women and children who are being kidnapped from their villages in the eastern Congo and put to work in artisanal mines, basically holes in the ground about the size of these tables, so that those minerals can come out, they're getting burnt. They're being burnt on my behalf so I can carry a cell phone that doesn't burn me. Individual responsibility. We have a new project, I'm not sure what it is. How do you describe something online? It's not Frederick Douglass and everybody getting on a train and going to people's towns. It's the modern version of that. It's not the Gutenberg Bible telling you, you can read the Bible yourself. But it's the modern version of that. It's the internet. Slaveryfootprint.org allows people to go through about a 15-minute survey of how they're living their life. My score was 84. And again, I fight slavery for a living. And I have a feeling because I did it very quickly, it was the first day, there was probably still bugs, the computer crashed, you know, et cetera. I think if I went back and did it, frankly, I think that I would have a higher score. And the notion that I stand before you with my paycheck getting paid by your tax dollars, having been entrusted with the fight against slavery to deliver on this promise of emancipation from 149 years ago, and yet I took the test and there are 84 slaves in the world who are required to maintain my lifestyle. It's a sobering thought. Now again, it's the kind of sobering thought that could just let us give up and say, okay, well, okay, what are my options? Lou, you want me to go live in a cave? Or do you want me to just ignore this and get on with my life and then I don't have to worry about it? There are a lot of options. It's just like with carbon footprint stuff, the offset. At the end of the day, the idea that you can help by getting involved, by not just coming to conferences like this, but by being out there working on this issue, by being a voice for the voiceless. You can be a voice for the voiceless simply by, when we get to 2.0 on the Slavery Footprint app, when you're out in a store, emailing in to the company through the application, saying, I'm in your store, and I'm wondering what your anti-slavery policy is. As far as I know, there's only one store in the world that you can do that. Okay, one company in the world, they have 1,000 stores, and that's the Body Shop. If you go into the Body Shop and you ask them, what's your anti-trafficking, your anti-slavery policy, they can tell you. And it's not just that they'll go and find something that has it written down. They have trained their employees to know what they're doing on this issue. And we need to reward that, frankly. I don't use a lot of body shop products, but certainly when it comes time to give Christmas gifts and things like that, I try to stop off at the body shop. I think it's that notion of individual responsibility, individual activism. Individuals can make a difference. Now, why is this important to think about this individual activism and think about this individual responsibility at this stage? Again, it's because we're not talking about the 10th year or 12th year since the Palermo Protocol, the United Nations Protocol Against Trafficking, was promulgated. This is not a fight that it is in its 10th year. Maybe in its modern form it is. But this is, and it's not a fight that's in its 149th year from the anniversary of emancipation. This is a fight that's at least in its 3,500th year. This is not simply a promise that Abraham Lincoln made 149 years ago. This is a promise that was made millennia ago, and you know by whom. And it's a responsibility that we have to live up to every day, because just like at Passover, whether it's the Passover that Catholics commemorate as part of the Last Supper, or whether it's the yearly commemoration of Passover, we have to live our lives as though we were just freed. And we have to go back for the people that are still there. And so that, to me, when I think about these things like the slavery footprint, when I think about things like volunteering, when I think about the victim care work that can be done, the advocacy work that can be done, everything that you can do, and everything that our institutions can do, it's about going back and bringing them out on that walk to freedom. Thank you. Okay.
All right, this one works. All right. I have to say that as a vowed religious woman and an African American, I have 28 slaves working for me. And it's very embarrassing. But Mr. Ambassador, before you spoke, we heard from a panel of persons who had been tortured and trafficked. And they received very dehumanizing treatment as they sought asylum in California from ICE. Some of these incidents occurred during the Obama administration. How can this be corrected? I mean, how can we, when people look to our country as a place to come for freedom, how can we treat people who have been mistreated in this way?
I think that's an excellent question. One of the things that we have been thinking about, especially as we've talked about, okay, we look at all of the countries of the world every year in our annual Trafficking in Persons report. Up until the Obama administration, we had only looked at the other 193 countries. We'd left ourselves out of that analysis. And so we've brought the United States into that analysis. And the United States does the minimum amount. Tier 1 on the report is meeting the minimum standards. The way I like to describe that is, it's not an A, it's a C. It's enough that you can squeak by. And we have to work, because of those promises that we've made and because of what we stand for as a country, we have to work to do better. Not just by putting ourselves in the report, but then assessing what is our own, for lack of a better word, governmental slavery footprint. So there's several things that we're doing in the administration right now. We're working on, at DHS especially, an agency-wide training for all 220,000 employees of DHS. ICE, especially under the auspices of, you may have heard of this notion of the quote-unquote blue campaign that they're doing. Blue being kind of the law enforcement color. But the blue campaign very much internal training, trying to make sure that folks recognize trafficking when they see it. I think that the hardest trafficking cases to recognize are in the asylum context, because by the time asylum is being claimed, by the time it gets in front of an immigration judge, it's already in an adversarial process. And any claim that's going to be made there, whether it's an asylum claim, even something where people are saying, well, I'm fleeing the forced abortion in China through the one-child policy or something like that, even a claim like that is going to be viewed in the context of a adversarial relationship with a government lawyer who's basically testing that by taking the other tack. So what we've found is important is, to the degree that when people have somebody who is a trafficking victim that they're working with, that coming into the relationship with the government not through the normal immigration system where everything's set up to say that that person's deportable, but rather coming in through the local task forces, the anti-trafficking task forces, where there's that relationship between the NGOs, the ICE agents, the FBI agents, the Civil Rights Division lawyers, all of those folks whose job is more structured around finding and helping people who've been enslaved, as opposed to that their job is to catch and deport illegal immigrants. Now, I do think that from the perspective of the advocacy community, one thing that y'all could think about, and that we could probably use having our feet held to the fire on, is exactly that, which is, what do people get rewarded for doing in their daily work? The Immigration Service's rewards and punishments, and when I say rewards and punishments, I mean the things that get you promoted, the things that get you not promoted, the things that tag you as a rising star, all of those types of things, that comes from the setting of law enforcement standards. Law enforcement standards typically are supposed to reflect the community. We saw this in domestic violence, sexual violence, and the fight against corruption in the 1970s. Before the burning bed case, before Serpico, all of those things, you ended up having police forces where nobody wanted to work on domestic violence, nobody wanted to work on sexual violence, and certainly nobody wanted to work on internal affairs because they didn't want to rat out their buddies. And so what happened? Big city police forces said you could only sit for the lieutenant's exam if you have done a rotation on a sex crimes unit or in an internal affairs unit or worked on domestic violence. It became part of the law enforcement standards. We don't have that yet in the United States, whether at the state and local level or at the federal level. The notion that you're going to be judged in your performance evaluations on how you're fighting trafficking. I think that that's something that whether it's through the work that USCCB does on the Hill. You've got, Michael Hill's an amazing lobbyist. You've got folks who, can have those conversations, but also talking to us in the administration as far as what are the law enforcement standards having to do with human trafficking. Because to my knowledge, we don't really have any. There are some offices in the country, and there are some offices in countries around the world, where we have heard from people that they feel like if they are going to be doing a human trafficking case, that they'll get a reputation as some kind of immigrant hugger, and that it'll hurt rather than help their career. So we need to, as interested parties in the trafficking world, figure out a way so that when people who work on trafficking do that, A, they're doing it not as rogues within their organization, but with the full support of their organization, but then also that it is something that is recognized as the cutting edge issue that we want people to be working. And I think that that's, when you see that kind of thing done, where folks know that they're not going to be a special agent in charge unless they've worked human trafficking task force. They know that they're not going to advance through ICE or the FBI without this under their belt. Until you have that, it's always going to be the good person who's doing this because usually it's somebody they've seen a case. They're moved by the victims that they have, and then their supervisors are like, well, we don't really do those types of cases. This is just a wage hour thing, or this is just an illegal immigration thing, or this is just a visa fraud. And that agent is sitting here, or that detective is sitting there saying, no, this is really human trafficking. It's very easy to, if you've got bosses that are thinking about innovation, you can be labeled as an innovator, but you can just as much be labeled as some kind of a kook. So I think we have to be the ones that push these institutions to say, these folks are innovators.
Better? All right, well, good afternoon. And first I'd like to thank the Franciscan Action Network for inviting me and bringing together this wonderful panel. I'm going to give a little bit of background about my organization and the work that we do. There were some handouts over in the break area in the other building, so hopefully you picked up some of our material. And then I'm going to turn this really over to these folks here. They have a wealth of experience among them to share with all of you, and then we'll be facilitating some question and answers at the end of this. So just as a quick overview, I'm from the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, their Migration and Refugee Services. We have an anti-trafficking program at USCCB and MRS. Over the past 5.5 years, we were administering a grant, or a contract rather, to provide and facilitate services, social services, to victims of human trafficking identified anywhere here in the U.S. This was specifically for foreign-born victims of trafficking. And what we did is we were able to serve victims wherever they may have been identified and by whomever they may have been identified. So maybe a social service agency would have a victim of trafficking in their caseload. Maybe law enforcement would contact us with a victim that they had rescued and needed to be placed to receive some services while their case began the investigation process. Sometimes the human trafficking hotline perhaps would call us when victims had been identified and needing services. And then we would look at our existing network, and if we didn't have a provider in their area, we would find a provider. We would train those providers so that we were able to really just use the resources that were there local. So maybe an organization had never worked with a trafficking victim before, but we would help with training, ongoing assistance, and education, technical assistance, so that really we made it possible for victims to be served anywhere in the United States. So we did that work for about 5.5 years. We did regular trainings, webinars. We worked as a liaison between law enforcement and social service providers. We helped support task forces and coalition building across the U.S. by going out, doing trainings, and again, online and on the phone technical assistance. And we're also doing some training to law enforcement agencies, both here in the U.S. and abroad, training social service providers here and abroad as well on coalition building, collaborating to serve victims in a holistic way. And we're also doing some trainings on identification and screening, ideally at the border, so that maybe more victims are identified in these very sort of mobile and vulnerable populations. And I know that's sort of our, where we are, where we've been working on over the past few years. This work has enabled us to have, in some ways, a very unique perspective. We've had this national program, and so we've been able to see some trends at the national level that not a lot of other organizations or agencies have been able to see. We, again, we were administering this through a network nationally, and so we could see trends not only across the landscape geographically, but also through time. We had a grant prior to our contract for a couple of years called the Anytime Anywhere grant, which is very similar to the contract. And so we have about 8 years of really direct observation of the kind of trends in trafficking. Where are victims being identified? Who is identifying victims? What are the needs of victims immediately upon identification and rescue? What are their long-term needs? What does it take to restore a survivor and really help reintegrate survivors into their new communities? What does it take to better identify victims in a variety of settings and by a variety of players and actors in the field? So we really have a wealth of information. We're going to try and share that out now more. We've been invited to a lot of conferences and panels over the years, but I think we're going to try and make a real concerted effort to share out what we've learned over the past 8 to almost 10 years. We also do a lot of advocacy work on behalf of not only trafficking victims, but other vulnerable migrating populations. We've been working very hard on comprehensive immigration reform, alternatives to detention, obviously supporting any kind of legislation for services and identification to victims of trafficking, like the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. We also do refugee resettlement work. We work with Cuban Haitian entrants. We work with migrating children, unaccompanied refugee minors coming in from overseas. And so really a variety of resources. So again, that's what USCCB MRS is doing. We welcome any kind of partnership, collaboration. You can check out our resources, our website. We also host, but we're not in charge of, the Catholic Coalition Against Human Trafficking, which is a coalition of Catholic organizations that are all working on various initiatives against human trafficking, and we'll be holding a meeting next month. So if you're not already a member, you should certainly reach out to us and see about joining that coalition. So I'm going to turn this over now to, I believe, Sister Eileen will be our first speaker.
I've been dying to take this off. I've been dying to say, can you hear me now? So can you hear me? First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that as a staff member at Dawn's Place, we have been very helped in many, many ways, both financial and support services by the Migration and Refugee Service of the USCCB. So I'd like to publicly thank them for, I've done a lot of webinars with you and learned a great deal, and actually one of the best presentations that I've seen on trafficking was produced by the USCCB, and we've used it in some of the groups that I work with at home. I've been indirectly connected with Dawn's Place since about 2005, and more directly connected since 2009 as a staff member. We're sort of still a startup operation. Let me give you some of the history of the organization. I belong to a coalition, a Catholic coalition of sisters, brothers, and priests who advocate for justice and peace. And in 2005, we became involved actually through the invitation of Sister Mary Ellen Doherty from the USCCB, Migration and Refugee Services, to sponsor and publicize a workshop in Philadelphia inviting many, many different agencies to raise awareness about human trafficking. At that time, it was new to me and to many of us. Today, only 7 years later, it's old and sadder. Following that workshop, the coalition wanted to find a way to do something more than education at the same time we continued with raising awareness. So in conversation with a lawyer from the Defenders Association in Philadelphia, 3 sisters, one medical mission, one Holy Rosary sister, and one sister of St. Joseph, decided to look for a place where we could provide housing and support services for victims of human trafficking. When a house became available through another religious community, this team of 4, whom I call the Fabulous 4 or the Fearsome 4, they grabbed at it. And they worked hard over a period of about a year and a half, only reporting to us on the coalition who weren't involved, to see to the rehabilitation of this house, zoning, legal affairs, funding, and lots of other details. So that by spring of 2009, they were ready for residence. The first resident that we had at Dawn's Place, and this was before I was there, was a mistake. She was a victim, but she wasn't ready to leave the life of sex work, and we found out after a few weeks that she was still going out at night, unbeknownst to the night staff person. So soon she was history in the short history of Dawn's Place. Unfortunately, there are many, many women who do find it very difficult to find a way out. And a lot of that we heard this morning, the complicated chaos that is part of a lot of people's lives who are victims. It was 2 more months before we heard anything. We have space for 9 women at Dawn's Place, and those months passed and we thought maybe no one's ever going to need this space now that we've spent all this energy to prepare it. But the Fearsome 4 got a call one night in May, end of May, that they needed room for 5 women that had been picked up in a raid on a brothel. They were all Spanish speaking. I happened to be out of work at the time, looking for work, and I also spoke Spanish. So they asked me to come as a volunteer, and I worked for a while as a volunteer at Dawn's Place, just helping out, listening and trying to translate as best I could. A social worker from Philadelphia, Catholic Charities, was assigned through a grant, again from the USCCB, Refuge and Migrant and Refugee Services. Her name is Bridget, and she spoke Spanish quite well, thank heavens. One of the ICE agents, Immigration and Culture and Customs Enforcement agents, also spoke Spanish. But none of the Fabulous 4 did, so that's how I got called in. Eventually, I was hired as a staff person to be there for weekdays from 9 till 5 and to coordinate activities and support services for our residents. 9 to 5 often became 9 to 7 weekends. It was a lot in the beginning because we're such a small operation. I've been on that staff for 2 years, and I've come to know some of the women a little and some of the women very well. 11 of those whom we have served did not speak English and were victims of human trafficking as we classify it by our government. 11 were American-born women who are also victims of sexual exploitation, but who had been arrested for prostitution and drug possession in Philadelphia and were released from the prison system or drug rehab. When I was hired, there were only beginnings of an idea of a job description. We made it up as we went along. I, in particular, made it up as I went along. My background was in education and a little bit of administration. I knew nothing about social work. After about a year on duty, I did begin to write a list of what my duties were becoming, what was needed. By that time, I also found myself a mentor who helped me because she had worked in a facility for women who had been released from prison and who had experience of addictions. She taught me about boundaries. She taught me about what the effects of trauma can be on a person's life. She taught me about what to trust and what not to trust. And she taught me lots of other things. In some ways, I would say that she, my spiritual director, and my religious community saved me for Dawn's Place and saved my life, actually, because it was a pretty big stretch for me in the beginning. The 5 women who came to us around Memorial Day weekend in 2009 had to really stretch. They were terrified by the experience of being picked up by the police and ICE. one of the things that we heard this morning was being, quote, rescued from one situation of oppression can sometimes be as difficult as being in that situation. They were severely traumatized. The first week that they lived at Dawn's place, although they each had their own room, they all slept together because they were afraid. By July, they had gotten together and made a list of questions to ask me whenever I came, because there was nobody there regularly who understood what they were asking. When would they have their cell phones back? ICE, of course, had taken their cell phones. They were looking at their phone numbers, interested in the investigation into the traffickers. When could they work again? Their families were accustomed to receiving money from them because that was part of the bargain. They could send some of the money home. When would they be able to send money home again? When could they call people that they knew in the United States? When could they call home? When could they go out? I made up the answers to a lot of those questions, and we made up the answers. Some of the answers were right, some of them were not right. I think that the ambassador who spoke this morning made it very clear, and I made a note of this in my own notes this morning. We have to find a way to offer a better hope than the exploiters had offered to them. And so that was pretty difficult. Earning money, the way that they were earning money was exploitation. But what were they going to do next? And how were we going to help them do it next? I would tell you that half the time, because I had not spoken Spanish for 25 years, one of the women of the 5 had to translate everything I said because she understood me. She was from Ecuador. My Spanish was from Peru. That was pretty close. They were very patient with me. Each of them was, each of the women were in their 20s except for one who was 18 years old, possibly 19-year-old. She said she was 19. We think that she was 18. 4 were from Mexico, 1 was from Ecuador. Some had children of their own in their home country that they had had to leave. One, as I mentioned, was really a child herself. Early on, there were conflicts. I hadn't thought about that when I took the job. Verbal fighting, tears, silent treatment. And these were the people who could understand one another. So I did do a lot of conflict resolution. Finally got them speaking to one another again. Happily, they loved to cook, and they usually all cooked together. Happily, I loved to eat what they cooked. I took them shopping. I found places where they could buy the foods that they were accustomed to. I tried to teach them not to leave the food out overnight in the microwave or in the oven. I tried to teach them to use the dishwasher, the refrigerator, the garbage disposal. I took them to medical appointments, eventually found them a counselor who was bilingual. We had a tutor come in several times a week. Eventually, we hooked them up with a more formal ESL program. Meantime, Bridget also would periodically stop by and helped us with lots of the things that we needed, including clothing, legal work, paperwork. Dawn's Place had received many contributions from many different organizations, including many Catholic sisters. That helped us with our financial situation. Bridget helped the women eventually to get their work permits from ICE, which would give them a year's time to work without fear of deportation. We tried to provide some fun opportunities for them so that they could laugh after all the traumas that they had been through. We set up a badminton net out in the front yard and got them to play outside. They learned to play rummy cube. Some of the volunteers who came entertained, some taught art therapy. Most of them were genuinely embracing these women in such a way that they could at least feel not afraid any longer. I imagined that those first 5 residents were going to stay for many months. I even imagined that they might be with us for a year. And we were preparing support services with that thought in mind. However, When Immigration and Customs Enforcement brought their work permits to them at late August, I was stunned to learn that 3 of them wanted to leave immediately. They wanted to go to family or friends in New York and New Jersey. Sister Rita is here with me. She's a member of my community. She knows I cried bitter tears. I tried desperately to get them to stay longer because I knew they weren't ready to go back, and I was afraid they would re-enter the situation they had been in before. For several months I had phone calls from those women. One of the women came to visit at Dawn's place, but eventually I did lose touch with all of them. Their work permits expired in August of 2010, so now they were deportable. So I don't know whether they returned to their homes or if they're under the radar here. 2 of the 5 who first came I am still in touch with. One lives here in the Washington area, the other in New Jersey. Only 1 of the 5 that we hosted initially was ever certified as trafficked by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The other woman, the one woman who was certified, is now on a path to a T visa and will be able to return to her home, try to get her daughter, come back to the United States, and stay for several more years. The other woman, the youngest of the 5, may be back. May be back in the business of sex work, though she assures me she is not. She still calls. In August of 2009, right around the time that those 3 women were preparing to leave us, Dawn's Place also began to receive women who have been arrested for prostitution and who were being released from prison. Half of the residents we have received have been from a correction facility or a drug rehab program. We believe at Dawn's Place that although the government does not classify these women as trafficked, they are also victims, not criminals. They are also coerced, forced, or fooled into sex work. 5 of the 10 women we have hosted at Dawn's Place are now on a path to a new life, a new dawn, legitimate jobs, housing, education, and most of all, a clear sense that they are worthwhile people. In the winter of 2010, Dawn's Place welcomed another woman from Mexico who lived with us for 10 months. What goes into the welcome for her? Listening, lots of listening, inviting the person to tell her story, English lessons, learning how to use public transportation, getting medical and dental health care and counseling, going out with a bilingual volunteer to just have a good time, getting legal help. We had a call in January of 2011 from the Victims Assistance Office of Immigration asking if we could waive our policy of receiving only women over 18 so that a young woman about 16 years old could have a place to stay for a short time in Philadelphia until plans could be made to situate her with a family in a place where she would have access to support services that she needed. Here was a young woman who had never been to school, had never learned to read. By the time she came, we had 3 Indonesian women who had come to us in November, living with us, who had been brought to us by the Department of State. Unlike the other women who are with us at Dawn's Place, these women were victims of human trafficking into labor. They had been forced over a period of 10 years in the United States, in several different states, to work for 17 or 18 hours a day. They had their papers taken from them. They were never allowed out. It was very touching to see each resident at Dawn's Place, Americans and Indonesians, find something from her own treasures in her bedroom to give to Maria, the 16-year-old, so that she would feel welcomed and so that she would have some clothes that she needed. Equally touching was that when it was time for Maria to leave, and after only a few weeks, to see her pack her things up, including the teddy bear from her bed that we had given her. and to hear her excitement to learn that she would be going to school soon. I'm only at Dawn's place during the week now. I try not to be there on the weekends, and only from 9 till 5. Say nothing, Rita. But these women, and I can't name them because I'll cry, these women, many of whom have never been granted continued presence by our government, have continued presence in my heart. Our social workers, our night and weekend staff, our director, and many, many, many volunteers will agree with me on this. We have not yet found an acceptable means of measuring our success at Dawn's Place. Some of our international guests are being used again. We know that. Some of our Americans have returned to drugs and the life, as they call it. But because of the warmth, the affection, and the compassion that envelops every person who comes to Dawn's Place, each of us and each of them are changed forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Eileen. That was, it gives us all a lot to think about, for sure. I want to thank you for your efforts, and it really, your challenges, your outcomes mirror a lot of what I experienced as well with the clients that we worked with in San Antonio, and I think that I'm glad that you mentioned the words of Ambassador C. DeBaca, where he said, you know, we need to replace the hope that the traffickers are providing, which is very much false hope. But I think that you provided us with some real levity, that we can't provide false expectations, and we don't want to provide false hope either. But these are challenging individuals with challenging needs, and the services that we have available, and what we can sort of get from the government. It's not as ideal as it would be, as we would need to really provide the most perfect hope. But the work that you're doing, I'm sure, is impacting them in ways that you probably can't even imagine. So thank you. Now, Mr. Chance.
I want to thank you for inviting me here today. I just want to explain to you how I got here and why I am here. As Sister said earlier, I was a state trooper in the state of New Jersey, and I was trained as an intelligence analyst. While I was an intelligence analyst, the state police sent me to the Cornell University Law School, and there I met Professor Robert Blakey, who was the originator and the author of the federal RICO law. RICO is an acronym for Racketeering, Influence, Corrupt Organizations. He now teaches at Notre Dame. He was the, not the chairman, he was counsel to the Warren Commission that investigated the assassination of John Kennedy. A year after that, he was appointed by the president to remove the mafia from the labor unions. The Teamsters Union, Jimmy Hoffa had just been killed, and the labor unions in the United States had been taken over by the mafia, and they were severely impacting the economy of the United States. And I got a call from Washington and asking me if I would leave the state police and go to work for him and be assigned to the Federal Organized Crime Strike Force in Newark, New Jersey, who were trying to take over the Teamsters Local 560, Tony Provenzano, who killed Jimmy Hoffa. And I turned it down initially, and 2 years later I accepted the position and left and went to the United States Department of Labor. My father was a labor organizer. He worked for the UAW in Philadelphia. I have 10 brothers and sisters, and my father was very active in the labor movement, and when I was offered a job in the Labor Department, I was very happy to take it. I eventually became the special agent in charge of New Jersey, and we had 15 agents in New Jersey investigating organized crime in the labor movement. And one of these occasions, I was given some information about a group of people who were being brought from Philadelphia into New Jersey, and every time they would go to a fish processing plant or a poultry processing plant, the union laborers would be laid off, and these people would be brought in, and they would unload the ship and unload the fish. And of course, we didn't know it at the time, but there were drugs in the fish, and there were women on the boat. And It was a human trafficking and drug smuggling operation. We started an investigation, and this was my introduction to human trafficking. I started the investigation, and we found 75 people being brought to one factory every day in 5 vans. All the seats were taken out of the vans, and the people just had to sit on the bare floor, scrunched up, and drive for an hour and a half from Philadelphia down to a chicken processing plant in Bridgeton, New Jersey. Eventually, we stopped these 5 vans to find out who the people were, and we had, fortunately, we had the Pennsylvania State Police, the New Jersey State Police, and we had Immigration and Customs and some foreign language speakers. There were 75 people. Of the 75 people, 24 were from Malaysia and Indonesia. And we spoke to them, and we asked them how did they get to the United States. And they told us that the ship had left China, visited Cambodia, Vietnam, and Thailand, picked up a bunch of people there, and then came to Indonesia and Malaysia, and brought those people then to a place 10 miles off the Statue of Liberty in New York City. A small boat came out and picked them up, and took them to, I don't know if anyone here is familiar with New York, right off of Canal Street. On the left-hand side, as you come through the Holland Tunnel, is Little Italy, and on the right-hand side is Chinatown. In Philadelphia, we call them row homes. In New York, they call them brownstones, but it was just a regular little old row home that was supposed to be the headquarters of this international labor leasing company. And these 24 people from Malaysia and Indonesia were taken there, and 2 people drove up in vans from Philadelphia. They were Vietnamese, and they picked these people up and took them back to Philadelphia and turned them over to a Cambodian who was operating a labor leasing firm. He took them to farms where they picked blueberries and mushrooms. He took them to places where they were boning chickens and making fish and chickens for the casinos in Atlantic City. When we stopped them, I noticed that one of the men was missing a thumb on his hand. And I asked him what happened to him. And he told me that he was boning chickens in a factory in Camden, New Jersey, and the knife slipped and he cut off his left thumb with the knife while he was boning the chickens. The men who were working with him grabbed him and rushed him down the street about 6 blocks to Cooper Hospital and took him and his thumb into the emergency room. The crew leader, that's the labor leasing company, is called a crew leader, rushed to the hospital, grabbed the man, left the thumb there, and told him that he was not allowed to go to a hospital in New Jersey because he didn't have any insurance for it, and he was going to take him to a doctor in Philadelphia. He took him then to a tribal witch doctor in Cambodia who plugged in a soldering iron, waited till it got red hot, and then just cauterized the man's hand where his thumb had been cut off. We tried to rescue those people that day. We didn't want to turn them back over to the people that were abusing them, but the Immigration and Customs people told us that it cost $55 a day to detain an illegal alien. It was September, and the government's budget runs out on October 1st. They didn't have any money left, and so therefore they were unable to detain these people and ordered them to be released. We then contacted the U.S. Attorney and told him that these people were human trafficking victims, and he said, I don't care, this is an immigration problem, and if immigration isn't worried about it, neither am I. Close the case, send those people home. And so they were released. Fortunately, there was a Pennsylvania State Trooper detective from their intelligence bureau there. I was a detective in the intelligence bureau of the New Jersey State Police. He did a little investigation, found out that the labor leader, or the labor leaser, had also applied for unemployment and welfare in the state of Pennsylvania for all 24 people. And every month he was getting a check from the state of Pennsylvania. Over 1.5 years, he had gotten $475,000 from the state of Pennsylvania. He was arrested for that, and he did go to jail for that, not for any human trafficking violations. I then got transferred to here in Washington, D.C. I was the director of intelligence here in Washington, D.C. for 5 years for the Organized Crime and Racketeering section of the United States Department of Labor. And one of the speakers earlier this morning mentioned that human trafficking is a crime, and it's committed by organized criminals. And you do not have someone haphazardly send a ship from China to Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and land in New York City and have the Vietnamese and Cambodian, pick them up and take them to places where they work. It doesn't happen haphazardly. It's a very well organized and sophisticated criminal enterprise. Well, I got to Washington, D.C., and the Labor Department didn't have a intelligence capacity. It didn't have the ability to do critical thinking and use the intelligence techniques that we use to figure out who the people are and what they're doing. And so I trained 13 women as intelligence analysts. We had 21 offices throughout the United States, and I trained 13 women, and they worked for me in various offices throughout the United States. And one of them called me about a year later to tell me that she had just gotten information from the Wage and Hour Division of the Department of Labor, that they went to a sweatshop. It was really a garment factory, but we call it a sweatshop. And in that garment factory, they found 16 women who'd been imported from China, and they were physically chained to their sewing machines 16 hours a day. They all lived in one room. There was one bathroom, and there was a small kitchenette where they could cook, and had running water and a hot pot where they could cook. They had to make a quota of so many garments a day, and they were chained to their sewing machines for 16 hours a day. If they protested or if they tried to escape, they were beaten and raped by the Chinese guards that brought them there every day. I tried then to get the Department of Labor to do a nationwide study on this issue, and we did all over the United States. We found the same kind of things happening all over the United States. Well, I retired in 2001, and my alma mater is St. Joseph's University. St. Joseph's is the Jesuit university in Philadelphia. I got my master's degree there. And I was asked to start teaching criminal justice at St. Joseph's. And at St. Joseph's, I happened to be working on September 11th. And I was talking about organized crime and the fact that when you are dealing with an organized crime group, it doesn't matter where they came from, whether it's the Sicilian Mafia or the IRA, they probably had a legitimate reason for coming into existence. And when that legitimate reason ran out, they continued their criminal operations just because they now are criminals and no longer have a legitimate purpose. My students on 9/11, I had 55 students in one class. 3 of them had relatives living or working in the World Trade Center when the World Trade Center was attacked. And so for that day, no one wanted to talk about criminal justice or organized crime. They only wanted to talk about terrorism. And so the head of the department asked me if I would create a program on terrorism and intelligence analysis at St. Joseph's, which I did, and then started teaching that in the graduate school at St. Joseph's. And then I was asked by the Franciscans to come to Newman College. Newman College is just south of Philadelphia, and asked if I would start teaching there. So I went to Newman in June of 2004 and had a meeting with Sister Marguerite O'Byrne, who has very heavy Irish brogue, beautiful woman, I really love her. And she said, well, Ron, what do you want to teach? And I said, Sister, I want to teach intelligence analysis. I am a government intelligence officer. She said, you gotta be kidding. She said, we go to Fort Gordon, Georgia every year, and we picket. As a matter of fact, we were just there. And the last thing we want in our school where we teach peace and justice is a government intelligence officer. We don't want you teaching intelligence analysis at our school. And I said, Sister, well, just listen to me for a minute. And I said, you know, every morning at 5 o'clock, someone from the CIA gets up and drives over to the White House and gives the president what is known as the president's daily briefing. Who would you rather have giving the president's daily briefing? Someone who went to Temple or Penn State or the University of Pennsylvania. They're all good schools. I'm not saying they're not good schools. But here at Newman, just as at St. Joe's, your students are required to take religion, ethics, morality, philosophy. They're required to have some kind of moral background training before they get there. Who would you rather have giving advice to the president every morning? Someone who went to Penn State or one of your students. And I said, it's going to be a lot more successful doing these things if, instead of holding a picket sign in front of the White House, you have one of your people working inside giving advice to the President of the United States. I said, don't you think that maybe that would work? So they said, we'll give you a couple years and see how it works. And I guaranteed them that within 5 years, we would have one of our students giving advice to the highest levels of government. Unfortunately, one of my students really saved me. When he graduated, 2 years later, he was offered a job at the Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, to do his research. He got his master's degree at the Navy Postgraduate School, and the Navy then immediately sent him to Iraq and Afghanistan, where he did research to prove that Afghanistan is the largest producer of opium in the world. And when the Taliban took over Afghanistan, the first thing they did was take control of the opium, which they convert into heroin, and then they sell it in America. And all the drug addicts in America give the money to the Taliban for the heroin that they're buying, and then the Taliban uses it to make bombs and guns to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq. And he was embedded with the Marine Division. He proved this. And when he came back to the United States with his proof, he was ordered to go to Washington, D.C. to sit down at the State Department to brief Hillary Clinton and Robert Gates, the Secretary of Defense, on what he found. And he sent me a text message on Facebook, and he said, "Mr. Chance, I kept the promise. I'm coming to Washington to brief the president's advisors." And when I sent this to Marguerite, I said, "I told you. I told you that we could do this." Well, she agreed that they would allow me to teach intelligence analysis and intelligence techniques that government agencies use as long as I was willing to work with them on human trafficking. And what happened was that this happened in June of 2004, and she told me that they had just come from the Franciscans International meeting, and that they had determined that, the Franciscans had determined that human trafficking was an issue that they were going to take a stand on and do something about. And if I would use that as part of my research and have my students do the research on that issue, that they would support it. So I did. And one of my students just happened to be the president of the Knights for Life, which is the Right to Life student group on the campus of Newman University. And they asked me if I would come to their meeting and speak. And I did. And there were 3 or 4 of the professors from the Division of Arts and Sciences who were there. And so then the professors came up to me and asked me, it was Lent, and they said that every Wednesday during Lent, the professors have a Lenten luncheon. Would I come to the Lenten luncheon and speak on human trafficking to the professors at Newman? And I said, yes, I would, and I did. And one of the sisters who was there was Sister Pat Smith. And Sister Pat Smith was somehow involved with Franciscans International. And then I got a call from Franciscans International at the UN and asked me if I would come to the UN to meet with them and do some training for Franciscans International at the UN on human trafficking, and I did. And then I got a call from Sister Lynn Patrice Lavin, who was the president of the Franciscans in Philadelphia. And by the way, I talked to Sister Marguerite after my initial meeting, and I said, you know, wasn't it serendipity? It was just one of these things that you don't plan for, that you don't expect to happen. It was just a serendipitous moment that I just happened as an aside to mention that I did some work on human trafficking, and you just happened to remember that we just went to this conference. And she said, well, Ron, you may call it serendipity, but we call it grace. And for me, it's difficult, you know, for a layperson, it's difficult to expect that God would come down and tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, you, I want you to do this for me. Other people see it that way. It's difficult for someone who's not a vowed person to see that. As a result of that, though, Sister Lavin asked me if I would go to a meeting with all the religious superiors of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. And she told me I was going to be the first non-vowed person that was ever allowed to go, ever allowed to address this meeting, which really made me comfortable. Fortunately, I'd been a state trooper, so I wasn't afraid of the nuns anymore. So I agreed to go, and when I got there, the president of St. Joseph's, the president of Villanova, the president of LaSalle, the president of all, and of course I called Sister Lavin the president of the Franciscans of Philadelphia, and she said, my name is Congregational Minister. And I said, okay. And at the end of it, Cardinal Regali came up to me and thanked me and asked me if I would work with the Archdiocesan Office of Immigration to create a human trafficking task force in Philadelphia and to try to do something about the problem in Philadelphia. He said, now that you've identified this problem for us and convinced me that there is a problem in Philadelphia, would you help me do something about it? So I said, of course. And we then set up the meeting that Sister talked about earlier. We set up a meeting with the Department of Justice here in Washington, and the FBI, the Pennsylvania and New Jersey State Police, a bunch of other people. As a result of that, we created a human trafficking task force. As a result of the human trafficking task force in Philadelphia, Dawn's Place eventually became into existence. I later went back again to meet with Heather Metcalf at the Franciscans International, spoke again in New York City. We're trying to set up a human trafficking task force in New York City. I then was called by a sister in Wilmington, Delaware, who works for the House of Joseph, Jean Rupertus, told me that yesterday, Ron, a bus dropped off 15 Russian women on the streets here, and they're operating as prostitutes on the streets of Wilmington. Can you come to Wilmington and set up a human trafficking task force there? So I went to Wilmington, and we set up a human trafficking task force in Wilmington. And so, in conclusion, I'd just like to say that initially my introduction into academia and to Catholic school wasn't very good because I had the reputation of being a government intelligence officer. But since then I've come to the one conclusion, and that conclusion is that there are many ways to serve the Lord. Some of us do it by teaching. Some of us do it by preaching. Some of us do it by healing. Some of us do it by praying. Some of us do it by meditation. Some of us also do it by stopping terrorists from blowing up our cities. I feel more welcome now than I did before, and I'm very happy to be here today where I feel welcome, and hopefully the efforts that we have created and started will continue to help the work to solve some of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chance, and I think that that was two great points that I always like to make at these kind of presentations. You did this. Number one, that the trafficking networks are very sophisticated, and we have to have a very sophisticated response. And then the second point really is that we can't do this alone. We really have to collaborate. We really have to partner, and I think you're a wonderful example of that, of the experience and expertise that you bring and the partnerships that you've joined. So thank you.
Okay? All right. In child prostitution, child pornography, and trafficking of children, ECPAT USA is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year. It is the affiliate of ECPAT International, which has partners in over 80 countries. Since its founding in 1991, ECPAT USA has led national efforts to protect children from sex trafficking, including sponsoring national preparation for 3 World Congresses, which have been held in Stockholm 1996, Yokohama 2001, and Rio de Janeiro 2008. It was the World Congresses which expanded the purpose to include not only prostitution, but also pornography and trafficking. ECPAT USA also coordinates with NGOs responding to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. ECPAT's story begins in Bangkok in the late 1980s, when an ecumenical coalition on Asian tourism became aware of an increasing number of underage boys and girls involved in the, quote, sex trade. I don't like to give it any kind of affirmation by calling it a trade, but that's the only word we can use at the moment. So, research on the problem was done by this coalition in the Philippines, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and Taiwan. To their horror, it confirmed their observations and exposed the extent of the problem. At an ecumenical meeting, which followed later in Chiang Mai, Thailand in 1990, it was decided to organize an Asian response to child prostitution and Asian tourism, hence ECPAT. It didn't have the other two added yet, so but by then the acronym worked, so we keep it. The organizers' plan was to enlist partners in the sending and receiving countries, to organize a support system and create awareness through education and media campaigns, and legislation to strengthen prosecution of abusers. The sending countries were Japan, US, Canada, and a number of European countries. Ron O'Grady, a long-term missioner in Asia, was asked to visit all these countries and to meet with influential people in government and churches to create an awareness and to encourage the establishment of a national advocacy group. When Ron came to the United States, he visited Church World Service in New York, where a number of representatives from various church and other agencies, including me and Carol Smolinski, who is now the director of ECPAT USA, met with him. To say we were all shocked at the story he told and the extent of the problem is an understatement. That was the first of several meetings led by Church World Service, which resulted in the birth of ECPAT USA. After years of learning and struggling to survive, ECPAT USA now has some expertise and educational programs that are available to those who want to help exploited children and adults. ECPAT USA trains law enforcement agents, tourism company workers, and service providers to increase their capacity to recognize and report incidents of the sexual exploitation of children. Over the past 3 years, ECPAT USA has made significant progress in a number of program areas. I'm happy to be able to share a few details of those with you here. You can find more information and other resources on the website, www.ecpatusa.org. And I had them down there, but there's still some materials left, so I have them up here if afterwards you'd be interested in picking up additional information. With funding from the U.S. Department of State, the Protect Children in Tourism Project worked in Cancun and the Riviera Maya section of Mexico to promote the Code of Conduct for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation in Travel and Tourism. Numerous travel industry personnel were trained and technical assistance was provided to companies to implement the Code of Conduct. In addition, trainings were held for law enforcement officers and union members. A conference for 200 university students was sponsored by ECPAT II. A university curriculum was developed. In addition, a protocol for law enforcement officers, community members, social service providers, and the hotel industry is under development as well. Companies were assisted in the development of informational materials for the public. The Cancun experience has been replicated in Belize with the cooperation of the First Lady of Belize and the Belize tourism industry. Following that, ECPAT has worked with its partner ECPAT groups in Brazil, in Recife, and in Rio de Janeiro to promote the Code of Conduct and other awareness-raising and educational activities. In the U.S., ECPAT USA worked with responsible investor groups, such as the Interfaith Center for Corporate Responsibility and the Christian Brothers Investment Service, who use shareholder resolutions to get travel companies to the table. There were continuous discussions with large hotel chains and airlines about signing the Code of Conduct. In the last 3 years, the following companies signed the code: Reality Tours, Delta Airlines, Hilton Worldwide, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, and with the help of the Federation of the Sisters of St. Joseph, the Millennium Hotel in St. Louis. The International Secretariat for the Code of Conduct for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation in the Travel and Tourism Industry is housed and supported by ECPAT USA at its office in New York. In New York City, ECPAT has also worked with a group of youth. The Youth Committee it consists of New York City high school students who are learning about and teaching others about the commercial sexual exploitation of children and children's rights. Each year, the youth carry out their own activist projects. They designed and created a mural, for example, to be used for public education. They've also conducted outreach in New York City's Union Square to talk about the New York State law, the Safe Harbor Act, that was passed to protect children in the state from being arrested for prostitution. As part of the project, they asked the public to sign postcards calling on the governor to protect children from sexual exploitation. Other years, the youth designed awareness posters and hung them out throughout the lower Manhattan area. They've also provided support for to fund ECPAT. They have an ECPAT USA 5K fun run. So there's all sorts of ways people can get involved. ECPAT USA is also coordinating a report to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child about the U.S. government implementation of the optional protocol on the sale of children, child prostitution, and child pornography. 3 meetings were held and in different cities, and a writer's currently completing the report. Some of you may know the United States and Somalia, I think, are the only 2 countries that have not signed the Convention on the Rights of the Child. However, we have signed the optional protocol. So that's why this focuses on the optional protocol. A large part of ECPAT USA's work is raising awareness about child exploitation, sex tourism, and trafficking, and networking with other agencies. Some of these agencies that we've been involved with recently, ECPAT USA has spoken at many times congressional briefings for members of Congress, a World Bank symposium on sex tourism, many church and university conferences on human trafficking. ECPAT USA also participates as a member of the National Center on Missing and Exploited Children Prevention Committee, the Advisory Committee of the American Bar Association Civil Legal Remedies for Human Trafficking Project, also on the USCCB Advisory Board on Human Trafficking, and Advisory Committee of the Salvation Army Community Intervention Project Training Institute. ECPAT has also spoken on many different panels at the UN Association, the UN Commission of the Status of Women, the Human Trafficking and Exploitation of Children Conference at Loyola University in Chicago, and the Council on Foreign Relations Global Kids Project, and many others. So there's lots of information available, and the office is ready to accommodate if you want to learn more. Another important activity has been the State Law Project, which is to pass safe harbor legislation in the states, and this is carried out in conjunction with local agencies in each state. We successfully passed laws in Connecticut, Vermont, and Minnesota, so children are not arrested for prostitution in those states, but are offered protection and assistance. We're currently working in New Jersey. ECPAT USA was one of 3 lead organizations working to pass the Federal Domestic Minor Sex Trafficking Deterrence and Victim Support Act of 2010. Since the law didn't pass in 2010, they're still advocating for it in 2011, and I hope you'll help with that. ECPAT is also seeking provisions specific to the protection of children in the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act recently in this Congress. Over the years, ECPAT has developed a number of good resources. The most recent one is a just completed 20-minute videotape with a group called Witness, a human rights organization that uses video to document human rights violations. The video will be used as part of a national campaign to support safe harbor legislation in the states. Another interesting project is the Child Survivor Health Project, created as a grant program to pay for health care not covered by public health care funding such as Medicaid. Under this grant program, groups that provide services to sexually exploited children can fill out a one-page application to ECPAT USA to cover the cost of the services. One area that we specialize in is tattoo removal. Pimps and traffickers often brand their youth with a tattoo. When girls are seeking to recover and move on from the abuse they suffered, they need to have these tattoos removed. Since it is considered by the public health program to be cosmetic surgery, ECPAT USA pays for these to be removed. Where do we get the funds? The ambassador mentioned the body shop today. Well, funds for this project are provided by the body shop through sales of its Soft Hand, Kind Heart hand cream. ECPAT USA receives a portion of the cost. So if you shop at the body shop, buy some hand cream. Another way that, I mentioned that ECPAT USA is part of the ECPAT International organization. And this has been a very productive group to begin with, but also the membership has been very helpful because over the years, we get to know about the organizations in various countries that are also part of ECPAT. And there's communication which enables one country to ask or seek or share with the other countries. So in terms of ECPAT USA, after the Haiti earthquake, it has partnered with the Dominican Republic ECPAT group to create a program to identify and assist Haitian children trafficked to the Dominican Republic in the aftermath of the earthquake. The program ensures that children who have already suffered a horrific natural disaster and are currently living in deplorable conditions are not further victimized or traumatized by being forced, coerced, or defrauded into commercial sexual exploitation. So now what can you do to get involved? First, it's important to educate yourself about the issue. What are the likely locations in your town for this kind of activity? And your town probably has it. I know this town does. What are the risks for victims who might try to talk with you or others who may reach out to them? Who should you contact if you see or suspect a case of trafficking? Who or what groups can you network with? Remember, this is dangerous business. The people who are using these people make a lot of money on them, and they sell them over and over again. So they're not going to give them up too easily. So it's very important that you be very careful when you try to become involved. Second, what advocacy is needed at the federal or state level? Who are the legislators from your district or state? What is their position on the legislation in play? What strategy do you think you might influence them to support good legislation? Does your city have a special police task force that works with sexual crimes or at-risk children? Can you help them in some way? And third, specific legislation which needs our advocacy right now are these. And I have up here among the things that are on the table a list of these, so if you want to come and get them. The Trafficking Victims Protection and Reauthorization Act of 2011 has been introduced in both the Senate and the House. Both pieces of legislation make some improvements that will better assist human trafficking victims, as well as prosecutors and law enforcement. The Senate Bill 1301 provides for greater assistance to minor victims of sex trafficking in the form of sex trafficking block grants to states for enhanced service provision as well as safe shelter. The House Bill 2830 works to build the child's welfare system response to human trafficking by requiring state foster care programs to report on current or future efforts to address human trafficking and the commercial sexual exploitation of children in their care. In the Senate, there's Senate Bill 185, which is Child Protection Compact Act. That's only in the Senate. Also only in the Senate Domestic Minor Sex Trafficking Deterrence and Victim Support Act, Senate Bill 596, authorizes large block grants for law enforcement activities and direct service to survivors in 6 regionally diverse locations within the United States. This can be very, very helpful because it'll be something new, a new way of approach, and can provide a lot of future resources. So please urge your senators and congresspeople to act now in support of these various bills. Finally, why should you get involved at all? The dignity of the human person, female and male, is the foundation of Catholic social teaching and tradition. In many ways, religions, cultures, governments are not doing enough to honor this principle, especially where women and girls are concerned. As a result, the majority of people who live in the world today are women and children. And poverty is one of the main forces driving the migration of people today and creating the conditions on which traffickers of men, women, and children prey. Queen Sylvia of Sweden, in her opening speech at the 2008 World Congress Against Sexual Exploitation of Children and Adolescents, stated, and I quote, "To deny, to turn a blind eye, or to passively observe is a contribution to the continuous contemporary slave trade that is manifested by child pornography, child sex tourism, and trafficking of children for sexual purposes," end quote. So thank you, and please help.
So the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has several areas of priority, and the human dignity, the sanctity of life is certainly one of them. We see human trafficking as being part of that priority area. We do a lot of work with, again, helping task forces, helping communities develop responses, protocols, and so we intend to do outreach and education to communities, faith-based communities, law enforcement entities, again, both here in the U.S., perhaps overseas as well. We have some initiatives already in the works to do some training in Haiti with one of our sister organizations, Catholic Relief Services. So we're hoping to continue with work that is, at least in the foreseeable future until there's some new funding cycles to apply for, that would be a lot more of educating, outreach, awareness raising, and again, educating around developing these social service responses and responses for victims, which we see as an area of real expertise that we developed through administering the contract over the years, that we really have a sense of what works. How do you build a successful network? How do you strengthen a service provider who's not familiar with human trafficking to accommodate the special needs of that population? So we just really want to leverage the strengths and experience that we have. We have a small, I mean, we're a small program, and we may have to sort of use some church money, essentially. Some of the initiatives that we have, we're hoping to be compensated. So if we're doing trainings, perhaps we would be compensated for that time as well. So I would say we're definitely in transition right now, and this was a very recent decision, and so we're reflecting and planning. So I can't speak to where the money will come from directly at this point.
Hillary, this is also for you. When you were talking about the different trainings, you mentioned doing trainings on the border. And in light of what we heard this morning from the victims of torture and human trafficking, talking about their horrendous experience when they came over the border, I was wondering what your experience is with that training and what you're trying to do to make that a better experience for folks who are looking to find help and assistance here, that they do find that rather than more trauma.
It's long been the position of the Bishops' Conference that there needs to be better screening on the border. The screening of unaccompanied migrating children, and children in particular, was part of the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2008, a provision that we really were in strong support, that there should be more screening. We've often, and I would say consistently, advocated that that screening should be done by social service providers. and when it comes to screening children, it should be done by child welfare experts, and that law enforcement has a very important role in protecting, investigating crime, and perhaps they are not the best suited, though, to screen children or vulnerable migrants for some of, to see whether they're victims or not. And so we've often advocated that it should be social service providers and perhaps child welfare experts. So we've gone down, we've worked with some of the task forces on the border. We've also worked with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to help provide some briefing material to just sort of give them our perspective on what needs to be done to make screening of children more effective so that more children would be identified who either have been trafficked or are at risk of being trafficked, and then adults as well.
Any other questions?
Sister Marianne, you posed some questions towards the end of your presentation, like in our local areas, what can we do? How can we avoid the dangers of coming up against these huge organizations that are operating illegally? How can we find answers to those questions?
Contact ECPAT USA and other organizations, including USCCB. Because what's happened over the years, especially in the 90s and early 2000s, there was a lot of research done, Polaris and some other groups, and there's good information about rescue and restore. There's brochures, there's key questions, gives you more details about exactly what this horrific crime is. I mean, there's a lot of information out there, and ECPAT is one group. The USCCB has taken a lead in many ways, and the Salvation Army, many different organizations that have developed an interest and a capability in this area. But the important thing for me is, as I said, it's dangerous business. As someone mentioned, this is the #2 criminal enterprise in the world. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. I forget that latest number, but it's more than $10 billion a year business. And the criminals have become more favorable toward this than the drugs in some cases, because drugs, you sell them once and that's it. People you can keep selling over and over. It's a horrible thing, but that's the way it is. And so keeping these people safe. That's why the Safe Harbor Act, efforts at, for example, that bill on the deterrence and the block grants to provide safe housing, safe passage in some way. These are critical factors for people who are really in danger. And they're frightened to death. As the task people said this morning in their own testimony, they're one of the biggest holds the traffickers have on these people is their families back home. And they know, they don't only threaten, they will hurt their families. So it's very, very, you have to be really, really careful.
Question. Who are the people again who signed on to the code, ECPAT code? Thanks.
The ones I mentioned were the ones that were just more recently signing on. And the very, very first one in the United States was the Carlson Company. And they are a company that has several hotels and several tourism ships and so on. They're big in that. And Mrs. Carlson and the Queen Sylvia of Sweden have been two forceful women behind this. In fact, the first World Congress, which I mentioned, was held in Stockholm in 1996, was held there because in order to have a World Congress, you have to have government involvement. In order to have a UN involvement and international government involvement, you have to have a government host. And so the host was little Sweden and the Queen, Sylvia. And she has been a constant supporter all these years. And when it came to the code of conduct, she came, there was an event, let's see, early to mid-90s at the UNESCO building, or UNICEF building, for the introduction of the code here in the US. And that was, Queen Sylvia was there and Mrs. Carlson. Mrs. Carlson signed the code, and it's taken from then to now to get other companies to come aboard, all right? So the ones I mentioned were Reality Tours. Delta Airlines just recently signed on, and that's the only airline. Hilton Worldwide, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, and the Millennium Hotel, which in St. Louis, which the Federation of St. Joseph Sisters just managed to get their cooperation. In terms of the airlines, you know, in the 90s, airlines in Europe were signing on. And airlines in Europe had a film, there's an informational film that they show in flight, which says to people flying, for example, from Europe to Asia, children are not for sale. This is a crime. The US has yet to, unless maybe Delta now begins to do that. Very early on, in the days of ECPAT just getting organized and struggling, Carol Smolensky, the director, she works very, very well with very little and with the interns and volunteers. She and some other volunteers, young people, would go out to the airports in New York, you know, Kennedy and LaGuardia, and have signs and just like creating awareness about trafficking. They were chased. So we've got a problem with our business and industry. But anyway, there's hope.
This may be for Ron, I'm not sure. But when you were talking about, in your own story, about the van picking up people and taking them into Jersey, each one of us in our neighborhoods, there may be situations like that. I was living in South Philadelphia, and there was a van that came every morning and picked up a number of women, and we were always suspicious. We couldn't speak the language of the people, but we always wondered, you know, where they were going, where they were being taken. And if we, in our own neighborhoods, have a suspicion about something like this, who should we contact? What's the best route? We didn't know what to do about it at the time.
My wife and I were going to a show in Philadelphia. We went over the Walt Whitman Bridge, and I wanted to show her the Italian market in Philadelphia, which is on 9th Street. And we were driving through the Italian market, and we got to 9th and Porter, and 2 vans stopped at the traffic light, and 30 people got out of the 2 vans and disappeared into the houses in the neighborhood within 2 minutes. Just ran into the houses and disappeared. And I looked at my wife and I said, that's it. This is what I've been telling you about, and this is what I've been working on. In Philadelphia, the United States Attorney's Office has a human trafficking task force coordinator. In Wilmington, their U.S. Attorney's Office has a human trafficking task force coordinator. And so if anyone has suspicions of this, I would recommend that they report it to the United States Attorney's Office wherever they are, in whatever city they happen to be in. Sister, do you have any other one? Who refers the clients to you from Philadelphia?
In the few cases that we've had, it's been Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Department of State who have directly recommend it, that people be housed at our place. One of the agents who works for ICE has assured us and the whole coalition that if someone wants to report a suspicion, that she will guarantee that there will be no negative repercussions for someone who is discovered not to have been trafficked, that we can report directly to her. Trish Mullen is her name. There is a general trafficking network. The hotline, I don't find works. This is the government trafficking hotline, 888-3737, 888.
No, I called that number several times, and the number rings in New York, and they're supposed to refer you to someone in the neighborhood where you are, and it never worked. So I wouldn't recommend anyone to use that number.
Perhaps we've had slightly better luck, but we work pretty collaboratively with Polaris Project that operates it. So I actually have called the hotline once or twice, but often I just call their staff directly. That might be more effective. But the intention is that they have staff available that speak multiple languages, and that they should be able to take tips from the general public. And then what they're supposed to do is pass that on to their contacts. Perhaps there's a task force in your area. They would be aware of where all the task forces are, whether they're Department of Justice funded task forces or the Rescue and Restore coalitions funded by the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And they may know of just sort of ad hoc coalitions as well. So I can pass along that people are having trouble, but I wouldn't discount it completely.
I'd like to thank the panel for their extraordinary discussion. Thank you very much. It's been an extremely poignant day, hasn't it? I think that we've all learned so much over the course of the discussions today. And I think probably I'm feeling like a good number of you are feeling. Partly very much brokenhearted thinking about the nature of this extraordinary tragedy in our contemporary world. And partly, of course, very hopeful that we have people like these that we just heard from who are on the forefront of trying to address this same tragedy. It's my great pleasure at this time to introduce the closing speaker for today's event. And I think that it's someone that everyone in this room probably already knows pretty well. It's His Eminence, the Archbishop Emeritus of the Archdiocese of Washington, Theodore Cardinal McCarrick. Cardinal McCarrick.
Thank you very much. As you see, I just came from work. I work for the federal government, just in the Library of Congress. But in order to get in and get out of where I work, I need this. So I leave it on because if I forget it, I lose it, and then I stand outside knocking on the door. before I say anything else, I want to say I was in for part of the program. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your hearts. Thank you for what you do in a very, very difficult kind of work. Because I know from my own personal experience how frustrating and how just enervating this is. It takes your heart out, and you keep doing it, and you keep doing it, and you keep helping people, and you find the ways to do that. Sometimes you look at this situation and say, there are no ways, but you find them and you do them. So God bless you for it. It's an extraordinary gift that we have people like that. And of course we have other people who want to be like that, and that's what this day was all about, to try to give you some idea of how you yourself can make a difference, how you yourself can play a role. Because that's really the whole secret. The more people we get involved, the more people we get interested, the more people we get upset by it, the better. Because it's not going to go away by just saying, oh, let's pray about it. That helps, absolutely. You've got to do that. But you've got to do more than that. You've got to be smart in how you do it. You've got to know where the right buttons are to push, where the right telephone numbers are to call. You've got to do that, because otherwise we're going to let the devil carry this way, and we just can't do that. There's no. I knew this would happen because I forget to turn it off when I should turn it off. But so please, listen to what you've heard today, and please make a difference in your understanding of this terrible scourge that affects our country, and that of course is something that that we don't often think about. We think about it in years in other places. I want to. You've gotten all the statistics. I have all kinds of statistics. You've gotten them today. You've gotten them more clearly than I could give them to you, and more poignantly than I could give them to you. But I'll give you some, just because I have them here. But let me start by saying, the Civil War is we're celebrating the 100th anniversary and 250th anniversary, and I'm basically, my family's from the South, so I have my own feelings about the Civil War, but not about the reasons. We had to take some action to cure our country of the scourge of slavery. I'm sure the Civil War was for many reasons, but that was one, and that was what really made it all so important that we do this, that we shed all this blood on both sides. The worst war we've ever had as far as casualties, worse than the world wars, all the world wars put together. But it had to happen because, and so I've been thinking about this and meditating about slavery, to own another person, and not to be responsible in so many ways for what happens to that person. Person gets sick, you can just leave them go. Person dies, you don't even have to bury them. The person doesn't do what you want them to do, and you can beat them, you can punish them, how do you do that to another person? How do you do it to another human being? I can't imagine what it would be to have a slave. The community that I live with, in the Institute of the Incarnate Word, they part of their spirituality is to be a slave of the Lord Jesus, a slave of Mary. And even that requires an awful lot of meditation, an awful lot of understanding before you know what that means. But to be the slave of another person, and to not to have won a slave in war, or have bought a slave, but to have a person who was born to be free, a person who has all the same rights and all the same dignity and all the same opportunities that we have or should have, and suddenly to take them and say, you have nothing. You're just chattel. You're just a slave. I can't put my head around that. And I don't think any of us can. But that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with today. And we're dealing with it not just for a few people, but we're dealing it, we say that there are 800,000 people are being trafficked annually. 800,000 people, the population of Pittsburgh. 800,000 people are being trafficked annually, half of whom are children. According to the State Department's Trafficking in Persons report of 2010, held in modern slavery around the world, there are 12.3 million adults and children. 12.3 million. And they're in modern slavery. Some of them are working, but many, many, many of them are in forced labor and prostitution all over the world. And that's the ones who are refugees. The ones who are displaced in their own countries probably are 3 times that much all around the world. And you've spoken about the United States, as I heard you speak in this last panel. There are, even if there's one, it's terrible, but there are hundreds of thousands of people who are slaves still in the United States of America, who are still slaves. I can't put my head around it. And they're slaves because of forced labor, bonded labor, involuntary servitude, sexual servitude. Human trafficking is not a problem that exists merely on faraway shores and in developing countries. In the United States, the State Department estimates that between 14 and 18,000 human beings each year are being brought into the United States for this kind of thing. Between 14 and 17, 18,000 people a year. It's very difficult to gauge the actual prevalence of trafficking in our country due to the covert nature of the crime and a lack of adequate data collection. 1/3 of foreign-born victims trafficked into the United States are children. U.S. citizens are also trafficked within the United States. We think of a citizen as someone who's being protected. But 1/3 of the victims are citizens. I want to tell you 2 stories. You've probably heard these stories before. These are stories that haunt me because I travel a good deal, as some of you know, too much, as some of you know. I've been on the Board of Catholic Relief Services for a long, long time. I think I'm in my 8th term now. Don't tell anybody. You're not supposed to serve more than 2. But I'm useful. But one story, and I'm not going to tell you anything except the country. It was India. I wouldn't even tell you because it's a story of both these stories are of safe houses. Catholic Relief Services was trying to be helpful. We don't have safe houses ourselves, but we partner with safe houses that are doing this. And they said, we want you to see this place, that some partners of ours are helping. And we went into a crowded section of the city, and we went up to the 6th floor, walk up. I remember it because it was a 6th floor walk up. When you're my age, you remember 6th floor walk-ups. And we got there, and in maybe 5 little rooms in an apartment, there were 16, 17 young girls. And they had all been sex slaves. They'd come from another country. And here is always the terrible thing. They'd been to come from another country thinking they were going to find a good job so they could send money back home. And the good guy who brought them and assured them of everything, maybe bought them an extra meal on the plane or something like that so they could see how trustworthy he was. Said, now I have to register, so give me your passports and I'll take care of all that. They never got back. So they're trapped. They're trapped. They don't have passports, and they're not, all Harvard graduates. They don't know how to handle this. I wouldn't have known how to handle this. What do? You're in this strange country. You don't really speak the language, and this fella who you thought was your friend turns out to be your worst enemy, and he's handing you over to someone who is obviously a terrible person, who is going to use you and going to sell you to others. And you're going to come back every night sick and throwing up and beaten up. And the only reason that they're going to try to fix you cosmetically is because they want you to go out tomorrow to do the same thing, and they don't want you to look bad. And these are kids, 14, 15, 16 years old, and they're terrified. They live in this awful, awful fear every day, every day. And it's not you get a day off. No. They don't care if you die. They don't care if that's your commodity. You use it as much as you can, and then let it go. And I had Mass for them. They were Catholic kids. And I started listening to their stories, and the stories are all the same. But they're not all the same because they're a different person telling them. And that makes it, that's that woman's story, that girl's story. It's not, you tell it, it's not you hear one, you hear them all. Each one has a different life. Each one has a different history. Each one has a different narrative. And each one has suffered. Imagine that. Imagine your daughters being like that. Imagine somebody grabbing them, or in most cases, someone saying, "Gee, your mom really needs that operation. I can get you a job in such and such, and you'll be able to take care of it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You can help your mother. Or your brother is so smart; he should go to school, and he can't. But you get a job on this, you can send money back." And they do it. It's often. Sometimes it's to get away, yeah, sure. But so many times it's to help to find a better life for those at home. The wonderful thoughts, I'll send this money back and Mom will use, I'll send this money back, my dad will use, I'll send this money back for my little nephew or for my brother. And then suddenly the world closes in. And what is light is darkness, and they're living in a cave. Or they're given to a family where they are abused by the father and the son and beaten by the wife who thinks that they're not really alive, that they're just part of the furniture. And somehow they get away. Somehow by accident they get away. They may plan it for months and it won't work, but somehow they're in a street and they can run and they get away. And oftentimes they're picked up by another pimp, by another terrible person. But sometimes they find a cop who's not on the take. That's not always. Or they find a sister. Because the sisters they see the sister taking care of people. They run and they say, "Help me, help me, help me." And so they're living in this 6-story walk-up, and they never can leave. They never can leave. "How long have you been here?" I said, to a girl who looked like she was 15. 3 years, she said. So they're trying to make contact with my family, but they don't want the family to get in trouble, so the way we do it is so complicated. That's one. Second was in Eastern Europe, one of the countries of Eastern Europe, where there are other Eastern Europeans, because it's easy to travel across the borders there, going in from another country. And the same story, except that these were older women. Older women, they looked like they were 50. They were probably 25, 30. And they had kids. Children were born to them. And that becomes a blessing and a curse. A blessing that there's someone they can learn to love. put a curse, because if it's a girl or a boy, they're so afraid that this person's going to be dragged when they're 10 years old into the same market. And the sisters were there. Their sisters had a little school. And the kids were so good. They were loving kids. They came, they would hug you. And it break your heart because you say, what's going to happen to them? And the sisters say, well, we got to get them out of here. But the mother, it'll kill her if the child gets out of here. But she knows that, see, the bad people allow this to happen because they hold on to the mother because they know the child is being taken care of. And they know where the kid's living. They know where the kid's going to school. And the mother comes and has supper with the kids every night and then goes on her business. Terrible way to live. And you don't think it's happening in today's world. Maybe happening in our country too, that same kind of thing that we can't imagine, but there it is. So these are the stories, and this is this terrible thing that we face in this terrible world of ours. The Holy Father has been obviously concerned about it. He knows about it. And his ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, there are a large group of United Nations agencies operating out of Geneva, and the church has an ambassador. They're permanent observers, they call them. He's an American citizen. He's an Italian Archbishop Tomasi, who's an old friend of mine. He was provincial of the Scalabrinians here in the United States. He gave a talk about it earlier this year. I'm just going to quote a paragraph. The international community and national legislations have enacted several good measures directed at preventing the exploitation of people and providing remedy for the victims of trafficking. The trade in human beings, however, does not tend to diminish and only takes new forms. Endemic poverty and armed conflicts affect women and children in greater part because their houses are destroyed, their families are ripped apart. Where's it going to go? Corruption is another cause that favors the exploitation of more vulnerable persons. The police are often very guilty. The agents of government are poor sometimes. And if it's because of a war, soldiers grab these people and sell them to others. And then ignorance and a lack of experience of the victims themselves, because many of them are kids, allow for their deception and subjugation as tools for easy gain. Laws and conventions need to be adequately applied if trafficking is to be stopped and its victims protected. Indeed, legal provisions point in some constructive directions. Prevention has to be prioritized. Programs of information and formation in the countries of origin, often generously provided by faith-based communities, intend and hope to prevent the exodus toward richer countries. But as much as we try, even in this country, as you've been told, we don't always succeed. One of the questions was about our own country, and I guess you've heard, I'm quoting from the Catholic News Service. The U.S. Catholic Bishops, MRS, has helped more than almost 3,000 victims in the United States. That service has come to a halt because the agency recently learned it did not receive a new grant award for this work, even though we've been doing it for the last many years. The prior contract for a trafficking program ended October the 10th. Sister Anne Marie, who made the statement, wondered, was it our pro-life positions that make it hard for them to get over that and to give us this thing? Because what is happening, and I'll read that to you later, what is happening is that even though the programs have worked wonderfully well, you ask the people, without this full range of abortion and other policies, yet the government was not willing to let us continue. I just want to read something short on that. That's, I think you already, those folks already know it, but it is something which is a real concern to all of us. And you know, if our government is not going to be aware of or able to help us, then we're in real trouble. The law in this country says that when you're asking for the RFP, asking for projects, that you have to include conscience clause, that you can't force an institution or an individual to work against their conscience. That seems normal to anybody. You can't, we have freedom of religion in this country. You can't force people to act against it. But the difficulty is that sometimes the government forgets that. And the most recent frontal attack on conscience clause has now come in the form of federal contracts and grant announcements, which have begun to require grantees to help provide all legally permissible family planning and obstetric gynecological services. You know what they mean. Regardless of the provider. Grants under the State Department's AIDS program, for example, now require integration with family planning and reproductive health services, ignoring the conscience clause in the program's authorizing statute passed by Congress and signed by the President. So we feel this is illegal. When the USCCB recently said it couldn't meet such a requirement, inserted into an HHS grant announcement for services to human trafficking victims, it pointed out, the bishops did, that the requirement violated existing federal conscience laws. And having made that, it lost the federal grant, despite having provided exemplary service over the last many years. Under this new policy of requiring reproductive health services and federal grants, Catholic social and healthcare providers, which is the largest private network in the nation, are at risk of being left out of all federal programs, despite the well-earned reputation for providing superlative service to the American people. Sister very graciously responded to that to say we have to work harder. I think we have to do more than that. We have to make sure that our congressmen know that we're not going to just sit here and listen to this. This is against the law. It took a long time for that law to be adopted, but it's in. We have to make sure it's observed. And if the government doesn't observe it, who's going to observe it? So our job then is to make sure that we tell these departments, you're acting against the law and we'll sue you, because this is something that we feel very important, and because when all is said and done, we're doing the best job that anybody is. It's not enough, we know that, but it's as good as anyone's doing and better than anyone I know. I'm going to finish. I leave you with these heavy burdens, these heavy stories, and I apologize, but it's a heavy theme, it's a heavy topic, and the golden parts of it, the lighted candles, the people who spoke to you today, they're the lighted candles. they're the ones who make it possible for us to hope in the future that something good can come. I'm going to end with what Archbishop Tomasi said at the end of his talk in Geneva, because it was a good ending, and it showed the Holy Father's concern, which has to be our concern too. He said, "To counteract the scourge of trafficking of women and children and of young boys with greater determination and more concrete results, a convergence of efforts is necessary, a mentality that is centered on the unique dignity of every human being, a sure punishment for traffickers, fight against corruption, a correct teaching in the schools of the mutual relations between man and woman, the fairness of mass media in reporting the damages created by trafficking, and finally, collaboration among the various organisms concerned with this program is critical. In fact, while legislation should be continuously adjusted and adapted to the evolution of the phenomena of trafficking in different countries, the working together of public and private institutions and the contribution of volunteers will guarantee, please God, that no person may be bought or sold in violation of his or her dignity and fundamental human rights just because he or she is created free and in the image and likeness of a loving God. Keep up the good work. We all need you. God bless you.
Thank you, Cardinal McCarrick. As always, extremely poignant and thoughtful. I appreciate it. This brings us to the conclusion of today's extraordinary conference. Thank you all for your attendance. Please stay in touch with the Institute for Policy Research and Catholic Studies as it continues to pursue this issue in the future. Please stay in touch with the Franciscan Action Network and its work, and please let's all do what we can to combat human trafficking. Thank you all very much.